Day 7 on 8 in the Metro One Day Cup group stages. If you please welcome to the middle, our umpires for today, Anthony Harris and Rob White.
Good morning and welcome to the Sitch County Grounds for the final game here of the Metro Bank One Day Cup in 2026. It's the Steelbacks hosting Somerset today. My name is Dan Jantovic, joined by the excellent Phil Rowe. Phil Rowe, we've got 100 overs of one-day cricket to look forward to.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, very much so. As has been the case all summer, the weather's set fair, looks a good pitch. And I'm really looking forward to seeing some youngsters from Somerset that are new to me. They're a very young team. They've gone pretty well in this competition so far, off the back of a very strong win against Surrey last time out on Friday. Racked up nearly 370 runs. No surprise, therefore, that they have won the toss and they're batting first. So I'd be interested to see these youngsters coming through. And another opportunity for some of the Northants lads who probably at this time of year really do need to put some performances in to help them, and that meeting that happens around this time of year with the head coach, where there's paperwork on the table and it's either P45 or it's an extension. So hopefully it's an extension for these guys, but there's a few in need of some runs and some wickets for sure.
Yeah, and a few coming towards the crunch end of the season that could do with a bit of confidence and a bit of form going into that final championship block, well in the hunt for promotion to Division 1 in 2026. So earlier today, Lewis Goldsworthy won the toss and elected to have a bat first, as you've just pointed out. And it will be Tom Lammonby, Johnny Connell opening the batting for Somerset. Steelbacks will line up with Tian Lowe, the new ball from the David Capel end, with Gus Miller, Luke Proctor, Lewis McManus, Nathan McSweeney, George Bartlett, Rob Keogh, Stuart van der Merwe, Dom Leach, Rafi Weatherall and Yuzi Chahal rounding out the 11. Two slips in place. A used surface, one that was used last time out here in the One Day Cup when the Steelbacks hosted Lancashire, and it was a very, very high scoring affair. Tom Lammonby, fresh off 100, gets underway straight away with a simple single down to deep third.
Yeah, you want good pitches for this competition, and as you said, Dan, the one here, this one, in fact, played very, very well. Last time it was used. Tian Lowe getting opportunity with the new ball. Had two slips in for the left-hander, looking to swing the ball away from the lefty back into the right-handed Connell. That's Johnny Connell, so he's a new one to me. The Berkshire lad. Came through the national counties.
Yeah, someone that's done well in the national counties and earned his opportunity here for Somerset. I think one of the cricketers that's trialled around. I think he's been playing second 11 cricket for various counties in this One Day Cup that provides opportunities to those that may not be household names or regulars. Johnny Connell's got an opportunity here for Somerset.
Yeah, and they've given him a proper opportunity, haven't they? They've not just said, yeah, come in, we'll get you going bat 7. He's opening up, and good luck to him. It's a hard life being a trialist.
Oh, beauty from Tian Lowe. Exciting young left armour. Got an extra bit of pace about him. Quite have the consistency last time out against Lancashire, but certainly showed some promise. I suppose with your role here over those years, those trialists would have been quite a big part of your day-to-day job.
Definitely. I mean, for some of the time, we had so few players on the staff that all of the second team were trialists. We had a trialist captain, and I'll come back to that.
Nice shot down the ground to get off the mark. Good bit of fielding by Rob Keogh to get round to that, cut it off. Connell's away.
Yeah, on more than one occasion, but one particularly springs to mind where we played Middlesex at Bedford School, and our team was entirely made up of trialists, including Samit Patel's younger brother Akil, very good player, captained the side, And we played, Middlesex side had 11 professionals, 11 fully contracted professionals. David and Goliath springs to mind.
Start this for Tian Lo. Did any of those trialists that went through the Northants system of that era, any of them make the grade? Any of them take that step up, either with Northants or elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I will answer that. Genuinely will answer that question. It's a good question. One of the issues that comes with having very few professionals is that there are very few opportunities. And we carried sometimes 18, 19 pros in our entire roster. So very little money. And it was at times quite difficult for everyone concerned to find a team of good enough trialists to put out, and also keep them motivated when they knew they were at best playing for possibly one spot.
Yeah,
and maybe not even that. But yes, to answer the question, yeah, we were able to recruit Ben Sanson, Richard Gleeson through those years. And there must be others, but opportunities were very limited because we had very little money. Things have changed now. The fortunes of the club are far stronger, and there's a lot of people behind the scenes need congratulating for that, because for a lot of time, I think for 7 of the years during my time, we were the lowest budget in terms of playing staff and the lowest number of professionals. So opportunities were hard to offer.
Rafi Weatherall with the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Nicely played by Johnny Connell. Rafi Weatherall's had a pretty good one-day cup so far. Got 5 wickets in his first game and has looked lively.
Every time I watch Rafi Weatherall, he shows me something better than the last time, and he started off pretty well. Got high hopes for this young man. He's got all the ingredients, and he seems to be a very level-headed lad. He can stay clear now of injury. He's come through a couple of years of tough injuries. But if he can stay clear of injury now, a major injury, then I think he's got a good career ahead of him, because he can bowl, this fella.
He can. He's just got that extra yard, doesn't he? You see a lot of the youngsters come through and you think, they just need to fill out a touch, need to continue developing, and a couple years down the line, they get that extra mile an hour that they need. Rafi Weatherall's got that extra yard immediately.
And he gets people out. He gets people out with good deliveries. Can move the ball both ways. As you said, it's a nice cricket shot.
Yeah, nicely played again. Just leans on it, works it through that small gap at mid-wicket. Connell gets a couple of runs into the leg side.
That's very nicely timed, wasn't it?
Nicely played. Just leant on it and created the angle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the only one who is hopeful of Rafi Weatherall developing into something that we haven't had many of, which is a homegrown quick. Hasn't happened very often. In firstly supporter and then employee, and now supporter again. Hasn't happened very often at all. But Weatherall could be that guy.
Pace and carry to start this spell for Rafi Weatherall. Watchful start for Lammonby and Connell as well.
And no surprise that Somerset won the toss, I think, off the back of that 370, best part of 370 in the last game. But also wickets this year. This is a used pitch now. Will start to be getting a little bit tired. So get first use of it. Get a number on the board.
To the leg side. Nicely played. Rafi Weatherall gets away with that one.
And I think one of the things in 50-over cricket that I've seen through campaigns, both both in coaching and more recently as a watcher, is that confidence gives you more time somehow. An unconfident side has to make the most of the power play, and they lose 2 or 3 there and they're set back. A confident side just plays. And that's left for 4.
Incredibly well left for 4. That bit of extra pace from Rotherham that we were talking about has just caught Johnny Connell off guard there. As he's gone to pull the bat away. He's got a bottom edge on it, flown past the stumps, and picked up the first boundary of the day.
Some of the attributes down there with Rafi that you were talking about, a bit of extra bounce, nearly doing for Johnny Connell there, but on a bad day that clatters into leg stump. But yeah, I think you see the better sides taking their time a wee bit. 50 overs is a long time, and you need batters going into the last 10 overs to maximise a start. And so Somerset are a strong batting lineup, albeit it's youthful. And these two they're going to sort of set a platform. They're not going to rush to set that platform. They're going to have a look, get themselves in, go on to set a platform.
Nicely played by Tom Lammonby. Quite a gentle forward defence there. Yeah, that's that top 5, isn't it? Tom Lammonby, very, very skillful cricketer. Johnny Connell, who's done well in that national counties, trialled around. Archie Vaughan, very good young cricketer. Lewis Goldsworthy as well. And then Josh Thomas to round out that top 5, who has been opening the batting in the championship at times for Somerset. Looks like he's got a fair amount of time, Tom Lammonby.
You could say that, couldn't you? Yeah, you could say that. It's good to see Lowe getting the ball up there, giving it an opportunity to swing. But he's watchful, Lammonby. I mean, a couple of those he might have just pushed through and looking to pinch a couple on a well-timed firm block, but he's not. He's just absorbing the energy of the ball, getting used to the conditions, and that's the sort of confidence point, really. Don't have to race to 30. Play what's in front of you.
That's going to help, isn't it? Bit of extra width from Tian Lowe, and Lammonby leans on it to that short offside for himself and gets his first boundary of the day. Stylish cricket shot for Tom Lammonby.
That one just a little bit fuller, and as you say, Dan, a little bit of width. It was beautifully played. Bisected the fielders, the mid-off and the cover fielder for 4. Anything that beats the infield that's timed is probably going to be 4 today, isn't it? It's a nice cricket shot up.
Bit straighter,
tight.
confusion.
Back.
Connell makes his ground. Gus Miller doing the fielding.
Gus did very, very well there. That was an interesting bit of cricket because Lammonby did initially show signs of wanting the run. I think Gus Miller was a little bit squarer than Lammonby had anticipated. Oftentimes, if you defend the ball kind of square or just in front of square, there is a run there at this stage of the game. But Miller was very quick in reacting.
And speaking of reacting, Bartlett's gone out from the slip cordon into short cover. Just had a bit of protection, I suspect, for the offside and Tian Lowe.
It's one of those, isn't it? You've got a young seamer and you want him to get the ball up there and swing it whilst it's new. You therefore want a couple of catches in at the same time. You don't want him getting driven too easily. And so it's a real balance between the extra catcher or a bit of protection. But he's on the catch there at extra cover. So a 50-50 play.
Cry of catch. Beats the outstretched hand. Keogh gives chase, does well. And it will just be a couple of runs. Lammonby not timing that quite as well as what I thought he might have done to end the over with a couple of runs. Another steady over and a steady start to this for Somerset.
They're just playing what's in front of them, aren't they? Which is exactly the right thing to do here. Get yourselves in. It's a relatively inexperienced Northants bowling attack, as it will be around the country, this competition. Somerset having a decent look at it, but if they're getting something to put their hands through, they're going to do that as well. That's not bad from low. He's gone for a couple of boundaries, but he's been thereabouts, and I don't mind him getting driven.
Yeah.
I'd rather him getting driven than tucked off the hip, to be honest. Get it up there, try and swing it. Yeah, it's that time of year when anxiety levels start to rise as the end of the season is in sight, and those guys who are the last year of their professional contracts and have not yet been renewed will be very nervous and very anxious. It's a tough time for a young professional.
Yeah, what were those conversations? What were they like at that time? What kind of
Horrible.
Yeah,
just horrible. You know, it's the excuse me, it's the worst part of absolutely easily the worst part of the job is, you know, I wasn't the head coach, so it wasn't ultimately my decision, but I, contributing to those decisions and certainly giving assessments of some of the younger players, and yeah, it's difficult. And also, the nature of the game of cricket, you're spending a lot of time with these guys.
Yeah.
You often know the families. You travel together, you eat together, you sometimes socialise together, particularly on away games, for example, and you just want everyone to succeed. And certainly, you'd also look at yourself and think, well, this guy's not going to get renewed here. He's not going to get a contract. What more could I have done?
Mm.
Nicely bowled, nicely played.
Yeah,
Bit of extra bounce there for Rafi. So it's one of those where you just think, what have I left undone here?
Yeah.
This kid's going to be out of the game now. And I was his coach, and I haven't got him over the hurdle. So I would always look at myself in that situation, or just brutal, really. And it's not as though, being a fellow who doesn't get renewed by Northants probably is going to struggle to get in elsewhere.
Yeah.
It has happened, but it's not as though, someone's leaving Surrey or leaving Lancashire, where there'll be other counties that they could perhaps.
Nice shot down the grounds. Dom Leach couldn't get there. And it's going to run up for 4. Good shot by Connell, nicely timed. And what was building to be a good over from Rafi Weatherall, somewhat spoiled with that 4 down the ground, but a nice shot. Yeah,
very nice shot, just over length, wasn't it? He's just gone through the leg side a couple of times. That was a very nice shot down the ground. It was very full, wasn't it? Probably it was the given outcome, really, it was pretty much a half volley, nicely played down the ground. But yeah, it's a tough time, and you really, nobody enjoys that, do they? It's difficult.
Yeah.
These guys will have been dreaming about being a professional cricketer from the age of 12. They've either got there or they're very close to getting there, and then you're saying, well, that stops. It's very difficult.
Yeah, I guess this competition now, though, and the way that the summer is structured with the English domestic competitions, this One Day Cup gives a better shop window to showcase your skills, but then potentially those that might not be at the level highlights that slightly quicker than maybe what it would have done, say, 5 years ago.
100%. I mean, the worst thing is letting someone go when you're not quite sure, but you can't carry them for whatever, it's usually financial reasons, or there's someone else who is just a bit better, and you can't, for financial reasons, you can't. So you've got to make a judgment, and sometimes you're judging on second team performances on club grounds. But this, you're absolutely right, Dan. This competition, although it is played on some outgrounds, is generally played on first class venues, down the wicket.
Beats the dive. Nicely played by Tom Lammonby. So confident he was to be able to get it past Yuzvendra Chahal. I wonder if it's an element of picking the fielder there. He set off for the single anyway and got 4.
Really like that. Just a little nudge down the wicket as the bowler's in his gather. looking to draw an error. Low held his length, but it was the wrong length, and it was just punch time down the ground, wasn't it? I think the fielder could have done the bowler a little bit of a favour there, but it went through him, really.
Big appeal for OBW. Eye on the umpire, no.
Maybe height?
Looked that way, didn't it? And the way that Tom Lammonby was trying to play it, well, I think the other thing that could be a key is he's hit it.
He's not signalled leg bias.
No. That's normally, and I don't know much about umpiring, but a pretty good indication that it's not out OBW.
It is. He was having it's Rob White, formerly of this parish, who standing umpire there, and he's having a little chat with Jahal about why he'd given it not out, but it's runs. So that's, as you say, it's a pretty good reason. But yeah, this competition gives opportunity, and that's great to see.
Wow. It's a nice delivery from Tian Low, spicy off the surface, and Connell takes a moment to go and inspect it.
That's good from Low. What I've seen so far is that when he was back of a length, he's bowled the ball firmly into the wicket. And when he's been a bit fuller, it's just gone along the wicket a little bit. I wouldn't say floaty, that would be rude, but perhaps not with the impetus into the surface. That one was a really good length, a fuller length, and it was bowled into the surface. Very well bowled.
Yeah, exciting start here for Tian Low. One just keeps a fraction lower. What did you make of his performance against Lancashire? That was his professional debut.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and as I left the ground actually after the game, and I think I said at the time, there's enough there that makes me want to see him again. So I'm going to, unusually for me, I'm sort of on the fence.
Yeah.
I don't want to rush my judgment. He's a young seamer. You'd need to see him a number of times, as they say, a number of times from a number of angles, as it were.
Oh, nicely played down the ground and well fielded by the stumps at the non-striker's end. Don't know whether Low managed to get a fingertip to it, but certainly saved probably 4, to be fair, with the speed of the outfield. We spoke, didn't we, about just those natural ingredients that he's got. Obviously, being a left armer, that's a nice tick in the right box, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite tall, which is also quite handy, and he's obviously got a bit of natural pace as well. Whether that increases through, say, a winter of professional cricket. Didn't quite carry. Well stopped by Gus Miller. Skewed away. Dot ball to finish the over. It's 23 for no loss.
That's a good comeback during that over from Tian Low. First ball, Lammonby kind of walked it in, made it into a half volley, pumped it down the ground for 4. Fielder could have done him a favour. The next 5 balls were threatening, weren't they? There was a good LBW shout, obviously a little bit of feather on it, giving us runs, and then went past the outside of Connell's edge with a beautiful ball. And another day, that last ball carries to backward point, and he's in the game. So that's a good comeback from Tian Low. And I think one of the things you're looking at so many things with a young seamer. One of the things is, can he hold a line and length, particularly when he's under a bit of pressure? He's done that so well. He's done that well so far.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a good opening 5 overs for Northants so far, keeping Somerset in check. Good continuation for Rafi Weatherall, starting his 3rd over.
I think the whole sort of talent ID and is it this guy, is it that guy, those conversations, I think they're very, very difficult. You kind of, it's educated guessing, really. It's not a science. And it's not all about numbers. I mean, numbers are helpful.
Yeah.
Obviously. It's a very much a stats game, isn't it? But they can lead you down the wrong path if you're not careful. So the fact, as I said earlier, the fact that these games, and there are various outgrounds being used around the place, but they're outgrounds that first team cricket is played at. And they're not inverted commas just a club ground. They're first class pitches.
Yeah.
At non-first class venues sometimes. But that makes a big difference in your assessment as well, batting and bowling. So it does provide that, this competition.
Nicely played by Tom Lammonby. Just uses that pace of Wetherall. Takes the single, hands over to Johnny Connell.
Just very organised, Lammonby, isn't he?
Yeah. One of several, isn't he, to be on the staff at Somerset. Just very, very good cricketers.
Yeah.
Very good cricket county.
Yeah, it does well from the surrounding national counties as well, handily placed geographically to pick up players from Cornwall, Devon. I think Exeter University cricket's pretty good. That's where Johnny Connell played some of his cricket at Exeter University. Some good coaches been employed down there over the years as well. But yeah, it's a cricket county, isn't it, Somerset?
Yeah.
It really is a cricket county. I don't know what defines a cricket county, but you kind of know it when you see it. And
Well, we've got time. If you want to go through
shall we try?
and build the definition.
Oh, crikey.
We've got time. The outside half of the bat from Connell once again.
Very straight front leg there when he played that, Johnny Connell. He's just rehearsing that. That's not going to work for him. If, you know, as an opening batter, if he's driving with a straight leg there,
yeah,
particularly with a red cricket ball, that's not going to work for him. But I think he recognised he'd made a footwork error and he was rehearsing it at the other end.
Looked like a bit of a change of pace for Rafi Wetherall there, who has done well to save 4 off his own bowling. Hopefully, we're not going to see Rafi Wetherall start to limp in a minute, because that was hit back at him pretty hard, wasn't it? And I think he is just about to start to show that that might be a bit sorer than what he wanted to.
When's he going to rub
let
it?
in.
When's he going to rub it?
I say the limp is evolving as he makes his way down to the boundary rope. Save 4, nonetheless. End of another over.
Don't show pain.
25 for no loss. Yeah, you're not human. Don't show it hurts.
It did hurt, though. It was well struck, wasn't it, by Lammonby?
Yeah, very well struck.
Yeah, that's hurt him. He does adopt a hands on knees, crouchy position quite frequently, Rafi Wetherall.
That's going to be wide. Too wide this time from low. Yeah, you mentioned about that particular shot for Johnny Connell there and saying that it wouldn't necessarily work against a red ball. And we're not in that environment, are we, at the moment with English domestic cricket, that many counties can have those white ball specialist cricketers. You've got to be versatile and functional across different formats. You've got to be available. Might not always be first team cricket, but there'll be second 11 championships that you'll be expected to be part of too. Nice shot through the offside. Just uses the bottom hand to create a bit of angle there. And we'll pick up a 3 as he sets back to complete the 3rd.
That's well run.
It looks like one of the Northants substitute fielders is making his way round to Rafi Wetherall at double time with, I would imagine, probably a drink and some painkillers.
Yeah, he did signal for a drink. I kept my eye on him to make sure it wasn't anything more than that. And the fact that it's a 12th man rather than a physio means it's nothing too serious.
Certainly a watchful start this for Somerset. I think both Lowe and Wetherall have bowled well to not allow Somerset to go too hard in these opening 6 and a bit overs, but been a watchful start.
Yeah, it has. I've enjoyed it, actually, in terms of the way that these two batters have gone about their work. If it's been over length, they've jumped on it nicely. They've played straight. The ball's gone very straight down the ground, hasn't it, numerous times already. Lammonby's had a little shuffle. I like that as a real low-risk option. Just get down the wicket a little bit. I expect to see him do that again. But it's, you know, there hasn't been like a short, wide cut ball that's been missed, or a half volley that's thudded into the pads rather than going through square leg. They've picked up what has been available to them, and there's been a little bit of movement with the new ball, as you would expect. Another day, they nicked some of those, but sort of even Stevens, isn't it? Both teams look at the board and it's not got away, but it's none for. So even Stevens, been a good contest so far. And you mentioned earlier, Dan, the amount of time that Lammonby's got.
Yeah, it's quite scary how much time it seems that Tom Lammonby's got out there in the middle. Not just from a Northamptonshire perspective, but just from a fellow kind of cricketer's perspective. I'm quite jealous and envious.
Yeah, it's a commodity, isn't it? That is you can't have too much time. You can have too little time. I'm very familiar with that. Having too much time must be lovely. He's got plenty of it, as Tom Lammonby.
Quite an interesting field placement there with Dom Leach at almost a fly slip. That's down the leg side. Good take by Lewis McManus. Well, not. Yeah, I suppose it is a fly slip, isn't it? He's very, very narrow at short third.
Don't understand it. Is he moving now? I know he's marking his wrong. I do not understand that position.
I don't know how it gets there.
That's my question. How does the ball get there?
I think if there's a big drive with a big edge on it from Lammonby, it goes over Dom Leach, and I think it'd be wider as well.
Get him. I mean, if you're gonna have him there, he may as well be catching, isn't he? Surely.
I would have thought so. We might find out how the ball gets there in a moment. Nicely bowled.
But it's guaranteed now to go straight to him. We do know that because we've said it can't get there.
That is how cricket works.
I mean, the thing is, it can get there, and he could stop it with a lovely long barrier, and it's a dot ball. But if he were in a catching position on the same line, the same thing would happen. So he may as well be catching. It's one of those where I'm hesitant because I think, am I missing something? But
I think because it's unusual, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it's something that you don't see very often.
Maybe he plays a very fine rundown off the back foot. He's nicked that.
No, he hasn't. End of the over. Dot ball, a good over for Tian Low, keeping Tom Lammonby honest. End of the 7th.
I mean, clearly he didn't nick it because it wasn't a very convincing appeal, but it sounded woody.
I must admit, I didn't hear it.
I did not.
I didn't hear it.
Oh.
But then you are a bowler, so.
Well, I mean, clearly it wasn't out because you could tell from the appeal that it wasn't out. I thought I heard a noise, and there are a couple of Northampton players who thought they heard a noise as well. It wasn't out, and it was a terrible appeal and another terrible decision by me. Not for the first time.
Rafferty Weatherall continues, gets driven down the ground. Slightly over pitch, but well stopped by Luke Proctor. Fortunately, the young seamer showing no ill effects to that bit of fielding at the end of his previous over.
What you try and do as a bowler, you try and stop it kind of, not in your instep, you try and stop it on the front of your foot. But sometimes it hits you on the ankle and it does hurt.
Width on offer. Nice shot, carved away through the offside. Johnny Connell creating the angle. Gets another 4. Using the pace of Weatherall on the short side of the ground. No one stopping that one.
I just wondered whether Johnny Connell was starting to feel a little bit bogged down, and that's a release ball. He's put it away beautifully. It's one of those where as a bowler you kind of think, oh, I'll just let him off the hook there. I felt he was just ticking a wee bit. Nicely played. Quite stylishly played, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, he's not exactly miles behind that strike rate of 100, Johnny Connell.
I think he's just hit a fielder a few times. I think that's what's the previous ball was a half volley that he kind of mistimed. But the release ball, and then 4 and 1 has got him off strike. Coach's dream. Coach's bingo card. Looking good. The run rate just below 5. But no great dramas there either way. But these two now certainly getting themselves in, getting established.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby, fresh off 100 in the last game. Looks hungry for more, doesn't he? Certainly doesn't look like he's in a rush.
And it exudes a confidence to me. That's what I pick up from that. So I'm not going to make a mistake. If you're over length, I'm going to drive. You give me width, I'm going to hit you square of the wicket. I'm going to run well. Just going to play what you've got to do well to keep me quiet, get me out.
Well fielded. Chance at the non-strikers there. No. Excellent stop. At extra cover. I think that's Stuart van der Merwe. Getting there on the half volley, but it was really crisply timed by Lammonby.
Yeah, it was a good bit of fielding, that, wasn't it? Thankfully for Johnny Connell, he hadn't overcommitted to the single. It was called, yes, early by Lammonby. He thought he'd beat the extra cover. Could have been a problem, but wasn't.
Shorter ball. Good field placement with Miller down there at the backward point boundary, just one.
Just went back for that ball, didn't he? There was a change in field. Third man came in, point went to the boundary, towards the boundary, as did the ball. An impromptu drinks break. I'd be miserable about this if I was a captain.
Yeah,
I would. I'd be saying, is it drinks break? So
eight overs in.
I mean, I was pretty miserable about anything when I was captain. So,
well, I say the game I played in yesterday, we played 40 overs a side, started at 1 o'clock, and we finished the first innings whilst we were batting at 4:45.
Oh my goodness me.
On the leg side, good take again by keeper McManus. And that's
40 overs.
Yeah, nothing of any interest happened.
Wow.
Just took an age.
You're going to lose your match fee.
Not me. I wasn't on the fielding side of things.
Oh no, that was you were batting, weren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, and I certainly didn't take up too much time, that's for sure.
That's incredibly slow.
It's horrendous.
Wowza.
Should have over 8 penalties in club cricket.
Definitely.
Get on with it.
It is so slow.
Lammonby advances. Sneaks that single to Rob Keogh. Gets it to his weaker hand. Very well judged run for the Somerset opener.
That was a good run, that, wasn't it? A very, very good fielder, Rob Keogh, known to be so around the counties. Very well judged and well responded to. It takes 2 to make a good run. That was a very good run.
Yeah, new opening partnership, isn't it? So it's not quite going to be autonomous like you would have with somebody that you've batted with a lot of. Bottom edge, a couple of times that Johnny Connell's got close to that. That first boundary, didn't he? Trying to leave Rafi Weatherall.
Yeah, it just shows a bit of indecision, doesn't it?
Bit of nerve.
Yeah.
And as we spoke about, those trialists and 2 umpires are going to get together just to have a look at the ball here, I suppose. He's right to, or completely entitled to be a little bit kind of nervous of the situation.
Absolutely.
And it may not be Somerset in 2027, but be 17 other counties that will be keeping an eye on these scorecards this time of year to see who the next batch of players might be and who they might be available for. Beauty from Tian Lo. mean, you said against Lancashire, in terms of any recruitment policy for Northampton, the Steelbacks over the winter, you said an opening batter would be one that you would like to have an eye on, or to keep an open mind to.
Yeah. See, so I'd look firstly seam bowling.
Yeah.
And then an opening batter. Yeah. But to be honest, my money would be spent on the first category before I got to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if budget allowed,
you go both.
Yeah. Bowls are very expensive, so budget would not allow. I suspect, anyway. Thankfully, Dan, I don't have to concern myself with those things anymore.
No, not your responsibility, is it?
It's great. Just play fancy cricket manager.
That is a lot easier.
It is.
Set your own budgets. Beauty.
It's a tough little time for Connell.
Yeah, I thought the previous boundary might have just settled him down a fraction. But Tian Lo, whether it's the angle here or whether it's the length, maybe a fraction of movement. There ain't going to be a lot of movement, is there? Out there, let's be honest about it. These kookaburras don't do a lot. If they do anything, they don't do it for very long.
I like Lammonby just wandered down the wicket, didn't make a song and dance about it. A little bit of encouragement to his opening partner.
Ooh, that one scoots along the surface. That's not going to fill the batters with much confidence at all. End of the over, good over, and a round of applause for Tian Lo as we get towards the end of this first power play. It's Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between the Steelbacks and Somerset. 38 for no loss.
Yeah, I mean, that in the context of what we've seen so far, that ninth over did lots. Went past the outside edge 3 times. In fact, 4 times. There was a sort of bit of a jump on drive. He just threw the kitchen sink a little bit at one that was over pitched. But 3 balls genuinely beat the outside edge. And counted himself a wee bit unlucky, Tian Lo, that he's not on the score sheet there. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Just held it, didn't he? At the right time. It was in the air through that cover region, but got it wide enough and picks up 2. So he has 5 overs for Tian Lo. He's gone for 20, including 3 wides. So Somerset have, struggled to line him up, but he's bowled well.
He has bowled well. I'd give him another one. He must be feeling very confident, particularly if the right hand's on strike.
Yeah. On 2 straight.
Beautifully played.
It's going to be 4, isn't it? As it runs down towards the scoreboard here at the Cinch County Ground. Glorious cricket shot by Tom Lammonby. He moves into the 20s.
That was beautifully played. That was very classy, wasn't it? It was kind of an error that he drew from the bowler based on the previous ball, I think. The first ball of that over came down the wicket. And Rafi Weatherall did adjust his length. But Lammonby took it on the up, just punched it through the gap for 2, didn't try and overhit it. And then drew the error of Weatherall being 2 straight and 2 full. Played it beautifully away for 4.
Straight as well. Lammonby will quite happily take the single 4. I think it'd be fair to say this over, Tom Lammonby just looks like he's gone up a gear as he's got himself in. He's faced 30 odd or late 20s of deliveries now, 27. Connell faced 30. With extra bounce, quick single taken, and the Merva with a shy, and Lammonby, it would have been close, but does come through for that single, and Connell offers a hand of apology to his opening batter, and Lammonby responds with a thumbs up.
What do you think? Was that? we're miles
Looked
away
tight,
here.
didn't it?
It looked tight. Yeah, it did.
It looked like a tight one. Lammonby maybe not quite expecting Connell to take the single. Northants going slightly more defensive with the field as well. McSweeney coming out of slip and going in at short cover. So it was a high-scoring affair against Lancashire, wasn't it? We didn't see a huge amount of assistance for any of the bowlers. There was a little bit of spin on offer for Yuzvendra Chahal, but it wasn't pronounced. It wasn't huge. I see no real reason why this game won't be up around 300.
That's
glorious.
It down. Oh,
it's gone through Dom Leach. I think he might have got a fingertip to it to take a bit of pace off, but it's not going to save his blushes, and it's not going to cheer Rafi Weatherall up at all. A very expensive over in the context of the game. End of the power play. Somerset have brought the 50 up. It's 50 for no loss at the end of those opening 10 overs.
Dom Leach won't need me to tell him that. He should have stopped that. You've got to make a decision there to either use your feet and get across to the ball or slide. And it was, for me, it was one where you often hear the keeper say, get down. And it was a get down, get something behind it. You know, get your leg behind it. You are lower. You'll get something on it if you do get a slide in there to your right. But Leach stayed on his feet. And on these outfields at the moment, if it's not absolutely perfect, it's going to bobble past you. And that was a poor effort in the field. It brings up the Somerset 50, as you say, after 10 overs. So even Stevens, and although he's not going to get his 6th over, Proctor's on from the David Capel end. Slip is in.
Skiddy, quicker than you think, isn't he, Luke Proctor? That's powerfully played backward point by Connell.
He is quicker than you think. You can't say quicker than you think if Rob Keogh's in the team meeting, because Rob Keogh said, well, I think he's very quick. That became a bit of a, you kind of had to be there. It was one that made the season go a little bit quicker. So just into the second phase and after the 10 overs, all fielders can be out, and they are fine leg, deep point, deep square leg, and third man. Oh, that's just held on the surface a little bit as Lammonby looking to, as he's done a couple of times, just nudge himself down the wicket. That one just sat, but he decelerated the bat very well. That looks like nothing, doesn't it? But you see that lead to a wicket very often when the batter is looking to dominate, comes down the wicket, the ball just sits and he hits it straight to mid-off for extra cover. But Lammonby's better than that.
He certainly looks like he's gone up a gear as well, doesn't he, in that last over. And this one against Proctor looks slightly more proactive than what he had done.
Yeah, I think, you know, it is a partnership, and Connell's gone nowhere for the last 10 balls. He's played and missed a few times. He's having a little bad patch. But Lammonby looking to be a little bit more aggressive. He's had a go at that one, and he's nicked it, and that is the end. It's not the end. It's not the end. Okay. I think Lammonby's having a look at his right forearm. You can't be giving out of your forearm. Yeah, well, it had a good look about it. It was the first short ball that's been bowled, and that's overdue, I would say. And Procky, as you said, he's slippery. He's quicker than many people think. Got it up there. Lammonby took it on. He's still there.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been glove or forearm, wouldn't it? With the way that it kind of ballooned to Lewis McManus. It certainly wasn't bat.
No, that was through him, wasn't it?
Yeah. The umpire very quick to indicate that it had come off Tom Lammonby's forearm.
As a player, you know, I mean, sometimes you do, but often you don't know. You don't know. You're kind of guessing on noise, really. And sometimes with his glove, it does slow the ball down. Sometimes it doesn't really, depending on the angle of when it hits the thing. But Lammonby, yeah, just showing his forearm to his mate, which suggests to me it hit his glove. It's the classic, isn't it? Just shake your head as you walk towards your phone. Just shake your head. Oh, I don't know why they're appealing there. Good to see the short ball, though. I was wondering when we would see the first short ball, and Procky didn't waste time to get it in. Obviously, a lot more protection out of the power play, but I don't mind the odd surprise bumper. It's going to be a double change from the Lynn Wilson end. We're going to see Dom Leach replacing Rafi Weatherall. Or are we?
Oh, we are, yeah.
We are, yeah.
Bowled really nicely against Lancashire, didn't he?
He did.
Very impressed.
Yeah, without a lot of luck. He really ran in and was very consistent, I thought. Needs to back that up. Very similar field. 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 saving the single on the leg side, and the regulation, really. 4 fielders out at this time of the game, 2 square of the wicket, and a third man and a fine leg. No catchers. And I think at this stage, Somerset will just want to just nudge that scoring rate up a little. It's currently 4.7. No great danger, no damage there. That's a good run. Nicely fielded by fielder at mid-off, moving to his left through, hit the stumps, but it was a well-judged run. That would be comfortably home. Was that Rafi Weatherall, was it, with that bit of fielding?
It was indeed.
He's a good fielder, you know. I quite like. He's a good athlete.
Yeah, he finds himself quite often down on the boundary rope, doesn't he? Obviously, today, or at this present moment in time, finds himself at mid-on. Picked it up well. Powerful throw. As well, hit the base of middle stumps. That ball had no real chance to deflect off anywhere else, did it? It was the perfect target, really.
This will be an interesting few minutes here, I think, for Johnny Connell. He's got stuck, and he's tried to break out with a couple of drives. So he's missed both times. He also got an over of doom from Tian Low, who just nipped it past the outside edge 3 times. So from having looked pretty comfortable, he's been stuck on 22 for a little while now. Don't let him get away. That's what I'd be saying to Dom Leach here. And I think he hasn't let him get away, and he's picked him up. He's bounced him. Bouncer brings another opportunity. Gloved it through. McManus took it, hands above his head. Well bowled, Dom Leach. And Northants make the breakthrough.
Very good. Very good for Dom Leach. We said how well he bowled against Lancashire last week without much rewards. He's got immediate rewards here today against Somerset. Got a little bit big on Johnny Connell. Up above the eyes, wasn't it? And I think Connell took his eyes off it. Flayed the bat at it, almost in desperation, as you say, to try and reignite the start of this innings. He's been caught behind for 22 off 33 deliveries.
For the first 2/3 of his innings, Johnny Connell looked to the man born, and he was about 19 off about 20 balls, something like that. That's approximately right rather than precisely wrong, by the way. Don't write in. He was of that sort of order, around about a run a ball, and then he seemed to lose confidence. Tried to break out, as I said just now, with a couple of drives. That was the first bumper that he'd been bowled. Had a flash at it, and he was late on it, gloved it through, nicely caught by McManus. So well bowled, and a good reward for pressure that's been built. And I think, yeah, Tian Low has a hand in that wicket as well. It's just not the way it works, is it? It just goes down to Dom Leach. But I think Tian Low can say to himself, or maybe the bowling coach might say to Tian Low at the break, mate, that was you got Connell on the back foot there. You went past him a few times, and he then had a flap. So the team got the reward, and you have a share of that. It brings in the Somerset captain, a cricketer that many people in the game admire. He's a very good young all-round cricketer, this guy, Lewis Goldsworthy, the captain in the side today. And was on loan just over the border at Leicestershire. We saw him play here for Leicestershire. Ooh. Welcome to the arena. That wicket has fired up Dom Leach. That really raced through off the wicket. Well bowled. It's good to see that.
He bowled with good pace.
He did.
Last time out, didn't he? It's nice to see someone that has struggled to break into the first team over the last season or so.
Hello. Someone's flicked the switch. It suddenly started bouncing. That gloved Goldsworthy. He'd have been thinking for the first part of this innings, oh, it's a flat pitch out there. It's a featherbed wicket. He's come out to bat. The first one's flown through past his gloves. The second one's gloved him. Well bowled, Dom Leach. You know, make an impact. That's what you want, isn't it? From guys who are looking to get further employment, come and make an impact in these games. And that's a very good first over.
And what's quite nice as well for Leach, there's no, with Lowe as well and Luke Proctor, there's no real respite in the pace, is there? Here, it's a challenge of pace. Yeah, it's not the fastest bowling attack that you're ever going to see, but there isn't a significant drop off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all hit the bat for sure. Round the wicket, Proctor, that's been tickled away very fine. Leach coming to his left, gets the long barrier out. That's very, very good running. Yeah, that's well judged. Lammonby, as soon as Lammonby saw Dom Leach defend that ball with a long barrier, he touched down and came straight back. And I think that's very good cricket from Lammonby. I think it was the right thing from Leach to defend it. It's very bumpy down there. He's let one through already, so he could be forgiven for stopping the fall there. Going to get pushed again here. It's coming to his right this time, but this is going to be an easy second run. Dom Leach cross with himself there and not picking that ball up one-handed, but even had he done so, I think Lammonby judged the second run very well. He's moved on to 32. Scoring rate still around 4.5. A long, long, long way to go. Northants have certainly got a foothold in this game. They've got one end open. Look, yeah, Goldsworthy will face his first ball from Proctor. 2 balls he's faced so far have rattled him a little bit. The first one flew through and he dropped his gloves as it went past chest high from Dom Leach, and the next one hit him on the top hand pretty firmly. So slip is back in. Sweeney himself, the captain, in a slip. And you can hear a little bit more encouragement. That wicket has just pepped Northants up a little bit. Can't really have any hope of qualifying, I think, now, Northants. And mathematically, they're probably out of it as well as theoretically. Unlike Somerset, Somerset still have ambition in this competition. That's short and pulled and 4. Nicely played by Lewis Goldsworthy. He wasn't committed to the front foot, but he had his front. It was not a noticeable move onto the back foot, but he shifted his weight between his feet from front foot to back foot. Deliberately hit it up. They were trying to get a little squeeze on to the new batter, so that boundary was open and he took full advantage of that. The boundary man's gone back, slips out. Oof. That was a bit quicker, that one from Proctor.
Yeah, there's a bit of a tactic here for Goldsworthy, I think. I don't know whether it was the response to that original short ball that got him, or got the rest of the Northants cricketers looking quite so lively with ball in hand, but certainly trying to push him back, aren't they?
Yeah, I like it. It's been one of my things for many years that we don't bowl enough bumpers in white ball cricket. And it's been successful, hasn't it? I mean, the previous one, the fifth ball that went for 4 was a drag down, wasn't a bumper. But when it has been banged in, it's been, there was a big appeal against Lammonby. Obviously, it did for Johnny Connell. Leach again, getting extra bounce. That bounced steeply. I mean, it troubled Lammonby, but not overly. Plenty good enough to get that down quickly, but he's inspecting where that ball pitched. It did rise sharply. And Lewis Goldsworthy comes down to also have a little look. You just looking to see whether the ball broke the surface there, and I don't think it did. Back onto a good length, Dom Leach. Good start this from Dom Leach.
It's been an aggressive start.
We won't rehearse the conversation we had against Lancashire, but I think that just to sort of summarise that was really, really good ingredients, but hasn't been consistent. I think that's it, wasn't it? We talked at length about the enigma of Dom Leach. Really spent a lot of time at Yorkshire, got a 3-year deal with Northamptonshire, and hasn't really been able to hold a place in the first team. That's beautifully run down. Not quite, but similar in the way that Marcus Trescothick used to play that shot. Marcus Trescothick would run the ball down to third man while seemingly looking at the bowler, almost telling him, I'm running that ball down there. I don't need to look at it. I know where my bat is. I know where the ball, I'm just running that down there. And there was a little bit of that in the way that Lammonby played that. I guess if you're going to model somebody, modelling Marcus Trescothick's not a bad guy to pick. The left-handed Somerset batter. Slip is back in as Goldsworthy's on strike. He's only been there for 5 balls. So the point fielder comes off the boundary. And I mean, there may be one of the issues with Dom Leach. Slip is in for the new batter, the newer batter. The point fielder comes in as a mini squeeze, and Dom Leach bowls a short wide ball that, thankfully for him and for the captain's sanity, Goldsworthy clothed a bit, and it went to extra cover.
So those first couple of short balls that rushed Goldsworthy, I think, have just given Northants a little bit of extra credit, haven't they, here for Goldsworthy to get going and get started. It's not going to be... If he had a bit of a confidence meter and say you started on 0, it probably would have dipped a little bit, wouldn't it? First delivery, first couple being wrapped on the gloves. But he is an exceptionally talented cricketer. As you say, we saw him here for Leicestershire, I think in the One Day Cup and also the Blast as well.
That's right.
Very dangerous.
They've just squared the field up there. They've reinforced the point field has gone back to the point boundary. Now a backward put. One of the fielders has come across from the leg side. So that suggests that the length is going to be back of a length. Oh, and that is a very good length. That was perfect length and went through the defences of Goldsworthy. So things are happening. Having seemed fairly comfortable for the first 5, 6, 7 overs, Northants, particularly, it was driven by that over from Tian Low when he had Johnny Connell on toast for that over, and since then the ball has been on top of the bat for most of the time. All of that brings the score to 63 for 1. 14 overs gone. Another breakthrough here, particularly if they can get Lammonby out. He's the in man and he does look very good at the moment. Got through his defences there, and that's hit him hard. Not enjoyed that. Tom Lammonby, he's having a little walk away to square leg just to compose himself.
Very close to a very uncomfortable area, wasn't it?
Yeah, midriff, should we call it?
Let's call it the midriff.
It's been a good performance so far with the ball from the Northamptonshire seam attack. very deliberately setting the long leg, telling the batter that he's going to get a bumper. Lo and behold, he doesn't get a bumper. That could be one of the worst bluffs in the history of cricket. It's in the top 3.
Consistent, though. It's always the way.
Yeah, Dom Leach has been brought in for the catch, but also to try and stop Lammonby getting back for 2. Northants want to bowl at Goldsworthy at the moment. That is short. That is pulled. A couple of bounces. It bounces off the square leg fielder, but recovers well enough. Does well out. That's Van der Merwe. He's a good fielder, isn't he, that kid?
Yeah, he is. Hit him very hard, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
You say a couple of times, keep your fumbles in front of you.
Yes.
It's never really a look for a 2 for Goldsworthy and Lammonby. They were quite happy, quite content. They're strolling through for that single.
I'd get slip in again. I would like slip in for Goldsworthy. There's been a bit happening. Come on, Nathan McSween, get yourself into slip.
Yeah, as you say, you kind of add that cliche, isn't it? You add a couple of wickets to the scoreboard and see how things look. 64 for 3.
Yeah.
Suddenly looks like an incredibly good start.
It does.
For the Steelbacks. But you can't just do that, can you? You can't just... You're not just allowed to add numbers as and when it suits.
I think there have been scorers who have done that over time. Miraculously found that the book didn't add up, and suddenly their team is 5 more than you thought as you go into the last over of a limited overs game in club cricket. That has happened. Goldsworthy's under the pump a wee bit. 4 off 10. I mean, only a wee bit. There's a long way to go. But another good over from Luke Proctor. That's 15 gone, 64 for 1. A light little ripple of applause. What Dom Leach needs to do here is just back that up. Just back that up. Bowl in the, I think right now, just bowling a tight over. Don't go looking for a wicket. Bowling a tight over. If you can get one onto the hip of Lammonby, get him off strike, get Goldsworthy on strike. But no boundaries this over. Just the baton's been passed on from Proctor to Leach, and he needs to back that up now. Read the script, read the play. He's around the wicket. That's nicely bowled. Just keep hitting that length. It's not as easy as that. Just keep hitting that length, but that's the intent. Should be the intent anyway. I don't know Dom Leach. I've never really spoken to him. Sometimes, and I don't know whether this is, I'm not talking about, sometimes there are bowlers who really want to overcomplicate it and make it into something that it really isn't. Bowling, often the simplest, most basic thoughts are usually the best thoughts for a bowler. That is smashed. It was back of a length, offered a little bit of width, and invited Lammonby to play a cross bat shot. And gee whiz, you heard the noise that made off the bat. Smashed it well in front of square for 4. Great shot.
Yeah, we speak about it a lot, don't we? Hold your length until you get hit off it.
Yeah.
Has Dom Leach just been hit off?
I think that was shorter. I think that was shorter. And the line allowed him to free his arms. It was a good shot, though.
Powerful, wasn't it?
It was.
Muscled it. It's all right. Tick in the coach's manual, that. Boundary for single.
Yeah, get off strike.
Rowi's purring in the corner of the commentary box.
Love that. It's basic stuff, but basic stuff done well, that team often wins the game. Team do the basic things well for a longer period, for more of the time, generally wins. Played well, Lammonby. He's obviously feeling very confident. it's looked a bit of a different game, actually. The ball seems to be doing things when anyone other than Lammonby is facing at the moment. He had that little scare where there was a good appeal. Lammonby, I think it came off his forearm. Big appeal for a caught behind. But otherwise, he just looked quietly dominant, if I could use that phrase. The excitement's usually been at the other end. Nicely bowled, Dom Leach. Don't get bored with that. I'd be saying to him, show me more of that.
Well, it was a disciplined and mature performance last weekend. And I think so far from Dom Leach, we've seen a similar thing. I think I think what he's done here in this early stage of this game, and from last week as well, he's asked some good questions, I think, of the Northants coaches.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we talked about, yeah, not a bad over. One short ball jumped on by Tom Lammonby, but not a bad over at all from Dom Leach. Yeah, I mean, one of the questions that the coaching staff and the cricket committee will have is, okay, so if it's not this player, who is it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we want to replace. We think we want to replace this player, but is the player coming in better or has greater potential? And as I said earlier, seam bowlers are expensive, and Dom Leach does bring a lot of potential. But he, you know, at the same time as that, he's been around a while now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a number of years at Yorkshire. His third season here, and throughout that period, he hasn't managed to hold down a regular spot. So that isn't on his side. But it's difficult to quite understand. I mean, some guys just just doesn't work for them. But he has got some really good attributes. And by all accounts, as I said earlier, I don't know the guy, but from all accounts, you know, I know I'm friendly with a number of the lads still, and yeah, he seems like a good guy from what they see. He's a really nice fella, good guy. Anyway, let's hope that things work out for him here. Down the wicket, Lammonby hits it very hard. Doesn't manage to, I think it was a combination of the bowler and the non-striker stopped that ball between them, I think. Anyway, it didn't get through. But Lammonby recognising that the run rate is reducing, it's now 4.2. Goldsworth is getting some very good deliveries. He's 4 off 14. He needs to make something happen, so he just nudged down the wicket. That's going to be out. Cortex recover. George Bartlett diving away to his left. A very good catch. Just needing to make something happen, he thought, Lammonby. Didn't transfer his weight through that. Hit it on the up, didn't manage to get it down. It was a good catch from Bartlett. We're right in line with it here, our commentary position, looking through the subs directly at extra cover. It always looked like a catch he should take, but a good catch. Top left corner if he was a goalkeeper, got two hands to it. And that is the end of a very promising start from Tom Lammonby and just the breakthrough Northants were hoping for.
Yeah, Pout's cat-like catch, wasn't it for George Bartlett? I think I wonder whether he felt that Tom Lammonby had hit that slightly better than what he actually had.
Yes.
But a remarkably good catch, and Luke Proctor is rewarded with his first wicket of the day, and it's a big wicket as well. Fresh off 100 last time out, Tom Lammonby departs for 40. And it is a big breakthrough, 69 for 2 now at 16 and a half overs. Theo Lamy in at number 4. And now Northants have got, what, an 8-over kind of mini session up until that drinks break to not need to change much, I would say.
I think absolutely right. It's been a winning formula, hasn't it? They've bowled well. I think they've bowled very well as a collective. And I mean, just keep doing that basic thing well. Whether that's sat on the pitch a wee bit, he'd managed to control the speed of the bat into the ball throughout his innings, Lammonby. It looks so good. He'll probably think it's a bit soft as he walks off. And I agree with you. I think it was slightly spliced or higher up the bat, so it didn't fly to George Bartlett's left, and sometimes you can almost dive past those, and they hit you on the sort of the high part of the wrist, the low part of the hand, and you don't hold on to them. But he timed that very well. And you said earlier, put 2 wickets onto the score. Well, there's one, 69 for 2 now. And yeah, in the last sort of 4 or 5 overs, Northants have really got themselves into this game.
Yeah, young Theo Lamy takes over from Tom Lammonby, and Lewis Goldsworthy's 4 off 14 will indicate that it's not an easy time to start.
No, absolutely. That's very well said. And what Northants have done well is they've got a mini squeeze on. They don't want to give an easy single to either of these guys. Theo Lamy's not a name that I knew before this morning. Came through the Somerset Academy. And I think I noted along the way, he got a double 100 as a 15-year-old playing in the under-18 competition. He's a big lad. But as a 15-year-old, certainly a 15-year-old getting into the under-18s at a strong county like Somerset is some achievement. And then to double up. So he's got something about him. A mid-wicket fielder is going back to deep square leg for the last ball of the over. That's just going to put in mind, are they going to bump me? Regulation tactic. But Proctor just holding a really good top of the bails length. And at the end of the 17th over, 69 for 2. Northants discipline, really. I'd call it good discipline.
Yep.
Has really got them on top at the moment in this game. And you kind of think Somerset need a partnership. They need to rotate well as well. The boundaries will come along. Don't worry about that. It's getting stuck. 4 off 14 for Lewis Goldsworthy. He's got a wee bit stuck there. But do not give them escape balls. Do not bowl release balls here. Make them come at you. Make them look for that single. That's going to be a wide, I think. Yes, it is. So short was it that the standing umpire didn't even need to look at square leg. Just usually there's a little glance, isn't there, from the standing umpire to the square leg. So it was that overhead high, but it was so obviously well over Lewis Goldsworthy. He said he's not the tallest guy, but even if he had been, it would have been over his head as well, whoever the tallest guy is. That's going over the tallest guy's head.
I wonder whether this is a plan that we didn't see a week ago. Here, I think it would be fair to say.
Balls.
Yeah. Obviously, Rafi Weatherall and Tian Low with those 2 new ones. They were quite happy, weren't they, to run in, pitch it up, see if it had any swing, any nip off the surface.
Yeah.
Leach and Proctor here have really come in to try and hit this surface hard and really challenge the batters on the back foot.
Talking about height and the relative height of cricketers, who would be the tallest cricketer, do you think?
Currently, or
I
mean, Peter Fulton stands out, doesn't he?
2 meter Peter.
2 meter Peter. Oh, Alex Hales is a tall guy.
Yeah. Tell you who's taller than you think he is. Bikram Solanki.
Okay. Not stood shoulder to shoulder with Solanki.
Well, he's so lanky.
I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got it.
That's close. And he's given nod out, maybe a bit high. It sounded like back thigh pad to me. He's quite a tall guy, Theo Lamy. It was well bowled, looked like it nipped back a wee bit. And Lamy didn't really get close to the ball, nipped back and beat the inside edge, but it's probably a little bit high. Yeah, apologies for that.
No, it was good. It was good. It's on me. I completely missed it.
Well, it was, yeah, I mean, it's just lovely when you can have to do it twice.
Yes.
It's great.
Because sometimes it just doesn't work, does it? And then because I'm an idiot, you had to explain it as well.
Yeah, you weren't ready for it, were you?
Not
ready. I wasn't ready on. Well. Lamy's cross with himself there. I think maybe about lack of footwork as much as anything else. Got an inside edge, ran past the stumps. He's rehearsing an off drive there. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I say obviously, it is the first time I've seen Theo Lamy. I don't know whether he does get a big stride in or whether he plays from the crease a wee bit. The tall guy could take length away from the bowlers pretty comfortably if he does get any sort of length of stride in. Been a bit stuck, concrete shoes at the moment. Oh, that's another inside edge, and that one's going to run away for 4. That's unlucky, Dom Leach. It's the third inside edge we've seen today. None of them have gone into the stumps as yet. That one's gone away for 4.
That one there, Lewis McManus thought he was in business for a period as well, didn't he? And it just got bigger on him at the last moment. Wasn't able to get across that extra step he would have needed. Pace of Leach doing a lot for that, but Goldsworthy gets another boundary.
There's a bit of a stranglehold here, isn't there? Although that's gone for 4, it won't feel like a positive thing from Lewis Goldsworthy. Last ball of this over. Got a little bit too straight. We'll push for 2, but Keogh moves very well to his left to keep it to 1. Lovely throw as well. Back into McManus. So that's 18 done, 77 for 2. And batting looks more difficult than it did against the new ball.
Yeah, it does. It surprised me, actually. I said not that long ago, I'd be surprised if this wasn't a 300 plus kind of number. But as Northampton, the Steelbacks have proven themselves, as if it doesn't quite work, that's when you end up in that 240 area that the Steelbacks have found themselves in a lot this summer. And a big reason as to why they find themselves second bottom of Group A of the One Day Cup.
Yeah.
Batting on pitches that, in reality, I wouldn't. Most of these grounds this year, 300's probably been par, hasn't it?
Agreed. Yeah. Yeah.
She
Nicely
said that
played there, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Generally good pitches. Steelbacks at home here have had a fresh one for one of these games. Outfield is, well, as it will be everywhere around the UK, just lightning fast, hard for the fielders as well.
Yeah, you do. You kind of you expect, if you just bat, if you bat sensibly. That's banged in by Proctor, pulled around the corner. He's only going to get 1. Nicely controlled by Goldsworthy. Didn't try and overhit that. Nicely played. Yeah, I used to say in 50 over cricket, if you just bat, you kind of get 250-ish without doing anything. Just pick up, you just accumulate that. I think that number's sort of 275, 280.
Yeah.
And with any impetus, particularly with the outfielders they are, that's worth another 20, 25. So you're right. I think, par as you walk in without seeing a ball bowled, you're kind of thinking 300. Nicely bowled by Proctor and very nicely played.
Yeah, you certainly get those single or those 2s, don't you, in the middle of summer, particularly this year, that turn into 4s just because of the pace of all of the outfields.
And 1s that turn into 2s because the fielder has to take a defensive line to the ball, can't intercept it. Those 1s become 2s. That's a nice shot down the ground. He reminds me of somebody, this guy, Lamy. It'll come to me. The way he plays. I think it might be Andrew Flintoff. Andrew Flintoff seemed to play every ball on the up.
Yeah.
That's an early shout. 8 balls into to watching him, but there's something of Flintoff there. Where's that gone? It's pulled. It's banged in. It's been pulled, and it's gone very fine before. Certainly not in control of that. So it's a little bit sketchy at the moment. The odd boundary is coming, not where. Certainly that one, not where Lamy intended. Flew off the top edge, I think, and went very fine before.
Yeah, just rushed, wasn't he, for a bit of pace?
He was rushed
from Luke Proctor.
Yeah.
Picks up 4 nonetheless, though. which I'm sure will help a little bit for the youngster as he gets his innings going and started. Pushy and punchy drive, which floated in the air.
Do you think, can I say Chahal made a bit of a meal of that at mid-on?
Yeah, you certainly can.
Well, Chahal made a bit of a meal of that at mid-on, but he stopped it. I mean, that's the first thing. He did stop it. He got everything behind it several times in doing so. It carried in the air, didn't it? It wasn't dissimilar to the sort of nature of the way that Lammonby was dismissed in sort of punching it on the up to extra cover in that case. That one went to mid-on. It carried a long way.
Yeah, it was a strong bottom hand, wasn't it? That carried a bit of weight on it. I did see Gus Miller starting to get loose. I did see Yuzvendra Chahal starting to get loose. If I was Sweeney, I think I'd be looking at Chahal and Keogh, I think, as changes.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't argue with that. Rafi Weatherall back into the attack. Met with a very nice cricket shot. On top of the bounce, Goldsworthy got it down quickly, but didn't manage to beat the fielder. Nice bit of batting. What has led to that change of bowling there?
Very good question. That I don't think I know the answer to.
I mean, it has the look of the classic. I say classic, and that sounded derogatory, actually. The classic and very understandable. Get your best bowler on before the new batter gets in. There might be a bit about that about bringing Rafi Weatherall back with the new to the crease. Theo Lamy, I mean, just arrived. That said, I thought Tom Leach was bowling very well, and I might have wanted not to interrupt Tom Leach's rhythm. I thought he was bowling nicely, but you know, you pay your money, you take your choice. They're going to push for two, but again, Keogh moving very well to his right.
Yeah, it's just 4 overs, 1 for 15 for Dom Leach, so
it would have been. It's one of those, like most of these things. You know, as I often say, it's in the grey area. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say, "Well, I can't understand that." I can understand it, and it's about what we just said: getting the matchup that we've got here. Your best bowler against the new young batter. But I think Dom Leach was bowling well, and he's now got to come back. He's still got 6 overs of spell to go, when he may have lost a bit of rhythm, possibly. He was certainly bowling as well as he did against Lancashire, and I thought he bowled very well on that day too. But it's a big tick to, certainly a big tick towards Rafi Weatherall to say, come on, Rafi, you can have a couple. Get us another one here, 80 for 3.
Yeah.
And we're starting to get in a wee bit, but plenty of batting still, the Somerset lineup.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas, 2 regular first teamers for Somerset, carded to come in next.
What are you thinking to my Freddie Flintoff shout?
Yeah, I see it.
It's not terrible.
No, it's certainly not. That's not a bad cricketer to kind of model yourself on either, is it? You kind of wonder with Theo Lamy, obviously being a youngster, would have maybe caught the back end of Freddie Flintoff's career as that impressionable young cricket fan. But Flintoff's kind of era of that 2005 vintage is getting a little bit kind of in the archives now, isn't it?
I remember we were doing some work, Rips and I. It was a long time ago. David Ripley and myself, we were both on bowling machines feeding some balls to batters in our respective nets. And I heard Rips shout down, "That's great there, just very Alan Border, that, very good." And there was silence. And then I heard Rips say, "You don't know Alan Border, is he?" I mean, Freddie Flintoff a bit more recent than Alan Border.
Yes, correct. Yeah, he's just stepped down, isn't he, as coach of the England Lions, which, interesting move, I think, for all parties. So Luke Proctor continues from the David Capel end. I know he took one of the BBL coaching jobs, didn't he, for the winter, but by all accounts had been granted kind of leave of absence to go off and do that.
Yeah.
think it's a shame for English cricket. I think having Freddie Flintoff involved in some capacity, I think is only good for English cricket. Nicely played, nicely fielded by George Bartlett once again.
Yeah, I mean, it was curious, that news, because that wasn't the plan, was it?
No, not at all. Not at all. Obviously, a big change at the top, isn't there, with Stephen Fleming coming in, not for this series against Pakistan, which is another curiosity in the world of cricket, but will be in place by the time England go to South Africa. Nicely played by Goldsworthy. Lewis McManus has a message for Luke Proctor. Instead of throwing the ball back, he's hand-delivered it to the Red Bull skipper. Has he seen something in Theo Lamy that Luke Proctor might not have done, or is it a bit of window dressing?
I don't think it is, and I can't tell you how much I love that, because it's a lot. I'll try and explain why in a sec. This is a dead rubber, isn't it, for Northants?
Yeah.
Two of the most experienced Northants players involved in that exchange, the keeper and the Red Bull captain, Luke Proctor. So much does Lewis McManus care about this game that he's bothered to run 40 metres in the middle of the over to get a little message into the bowler's ear. As David Brent would say, that is professionalism. But that's great. I mean, that, as an ex-coach now, that does your heart good, that. That's what you want. Give me 11 of those and I'll be happy.
Makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside.
That's lovely. He might have said, well, we're going for a beer later, Proc. I don't know. He probably didn't, though. He spotted something, hasn't he, in the movements of Lamy.
Oh,
that's a leading edge. It's going to get away with it, though. It's not going to fall safely. It's going to fall into the hands of the captain as he runs backward from his position at point.
Now, was that part of the message from Lewis McManus? That the final part of that over from Luke Proctor was a lot fuller than what we'd seen up until then. You mentioned about the fact that he had felt a little bit trapped in the crease. You mentioned concrete shoes. Proctor went fuller after that conversation with McManus, and that skewed up, as you say, off the leading edge, trying to use his hands to work it into the leg side. A good catch over the shoulder for McSweeney. And 3 down now before drinks. Somerset 84 for 3.
I thought for all money that ball was going to fall into no man's land between the inner fielders and the boundary fielder, but actually, in the end, McSweeney caught it pretty comfortably, running backwards. Always a good catch when you're running away from the wicket. It was over his shoulder, but McSweeney, incredibly good fielder wherever he fields.
Yeah,
made that look like nothing. Lamy's gone for 5, 84 for 3.
Very good fielder, isn't he?
I think he's a fantastic fielder, McSweeney. Yeah,
good captain as well. Exceptionally good batter. And all of us Steelback supporters get to enjoy him again next year as well.
Yeah, that's lovely news, isn't it?
Something to look forward to over the winter. And you sat there at 3 o'clock in the morning watching Sheffield Shield live streams and Nathan McSweeney's reeling off another 100 for South Australia, and you're shivering with your marshmallow top cocoa. You can think, get to see that at the county ground next summer.
It's good to see. I just chuckled in the background there. Gus Miller had marked his run-up and was trying to get a cheap practice run-up delivery in. And Yuzvendra Chahal nearly cleaned him up. Walked across his path and Gus had to slow down and run around him.
Brilliant. Rafi Weatherall continues. Well bowled. Certainly a very, very clear tactic here, isn't it, for Northants to try and tuck up Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, there's been very few over-length balls bowled. There was a couple early on, as we talked about from the opening bowlers, as you would expect there to be. but they've held length very, very well. The Northant seamers held length very well.
Continues to do so. Goldsworthy, what, 13 off 27? I don't think Lewis Goldsworthy's misread this surface. I don't think he has. I think Northants have just bowled very, very well for these 21 and a bit overs. Probably significantly better than what Lewis Goldsworthy thought they were going to as well.
Yep. Can't argue with that. And there's a bit there, isn't there? There is a bit in it. There's a little bit of sideways. The odd one, I think it's a good pitch overall.
Yep.
But there's a little bit there. And in order to exploit that, you've got to hit that area consistently. It's pretty basic. And Northants have done that really well. Been good to see.
Yep. First and second change bowlers have backed up the two openers very well. Weatherall coming back for his second spell has done exactly that. Little change there for Rafi Weatherall, just running the fingers down the side of the ball, trying to get the ball to tail back in. To Goldsworthy, well fielded. Welcome round of applause. I guess the pressure next will be on the third change as to who that might be. Is it going to be Gus Miller? Can he uphold the same standard? Is he treated with a little bit more disrespect than what others may have been? Because Somerset are going to have to target somebody.
Yeah, it'd be a good time for him to come in some ways. I mean, it's a real toss-up now for the captain between, does he stick with Proctor, or does he even go back to Lowe?
Yeah.
At this stage, or does he get some cheaper overs from Miller in?
We don't need to. That's the thing. You don't need to. I mean, you've got three very good quality spin options in this team.
Yeah.
With Yuzvendra Chahal, Rob Keogh, and Nathan McSweeney. Plus then the four seamers that we've seen. You've got more than enough overs. It's not a bowling attack that you think, oh, I need a couple for an insurance policy here.
So would you steer away from Gus?
I think I would.
Yeah, okay.
I think I would.
Yeah. There's certainly an argument for that, which you've just made very eloquently.
Thanks. Happens every now and again.
But also, seamer's been effective. That's the other issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would do what I think he's going to do, which is give Proctor at least one more. Yeah. I think that's the right move.
Yeah, I think all I'd say is seam has been effective. But from what we've seen from Lowe, Weatherall, Proctor and Leach, and what we've seen from Miller so far in this one-day cup with ball in hand, there would be a drop from those four.
That's a fair comment, yeah. There'd be a drop in pace if nothing else. Yeah. Yeah, totally get that.
But it is going to be Proctor, and Goldsworthy continues to battle away. Gets the single, gets down the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I think we'll see Chahal before too long.
It looks like we're going to see Rob Keogh as well. He doesn't start loosening those shoulders up for the sake of it, does he?
With a left-hander in. My memory of seeing Goldsworthy only 2 or 3 times is that he's a very good player of spin.
Good on the sweep, isn't he?
The little fella who normally plays a spin, aren't they? There is a theory about why that's the case that I first heard from Duncan Fletcher.
Nicely bowled. Oh, please enlighten us.
I think there's something in it, which is that the shorter guy has a better angle to see the release of the ball and the angle of the release of the ball from the hand, and can therefore get an earlier read on length.
Yeah,
that's Duncan Fletcher's point. To the point that, which I'll come back to, I'll let this one come from Proc. To the point that he coached in, or encouraged, I'll say coached in, he encouraged during his time as England coach, when batters were facing spin, to get a forward press in, so that they were then slightly lower.
Yep.
Because they took effectively, I guess let's call it a wider stance, but it was a forward press to get a look at that angle a little bit clearer. And he was very keen on that. There's something in that.
Nicked, not carried. Well stopped by Nathan McSweeney at kind of second slip there.
I mean, Duncan Fletcher, not a man to waste words, I think, so worth listening to.
Yes.
Not a man you'd want to disappoint, Duncan Fletcher, because I think he'd let you know about it.
Yeah, he played a big part in that era of falling in love with cricket for a lot of people, didn't he?
He did.
Little advance for Thomas. Squeezed it onto the leg side. Enterprising start here. Josh Thomas has faced 5 deliveries. Just needs to settle himself down, I think, and get this going.
We're no panic stations as yet for Somerset, but we are starting to approach a period where this might come into thinking, which is they're not going away here. We're going to have to take them off the line and the batting side. You know, the seamers are not going away. They're not giving us freebies. They're all over us, really.
Yep.
We're going to have to counterpunch. And I'm not saying we're there yet, but I would expect to see one or both of these 2 young players with that. It'll be a part of the conversation they're about to have. And so what are your options? What are you thinking?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll get down the wicket to Proctor, or I might just open up the offside to Weatherall, or whatever it might be. There'll be a little bit of that going on. I won't do anything to Weatherall, though, Dan, because he's off.
Yeah, it's going to be a switch out, isn't it, for Rob Keogh? He said he doesn't normally start twirling those shoulders and loosening the neck up for the sake of it. If Rob Keogh's getting warm, you know he's coming on to bowl, and he's come on straight away. So 7 overs now for Rafi Weatherall. He's got 3 left. He's gone for 32. Wicketless, but has played a big part in where this first innings finds itself at the moment. 87 for 3. 2 overs to go until drinks. I like to think out there in a professional game of cricket, that village cricket call of 1 for drinks still exists. McSweeney in tight there at cover, as is George Bartlett at mid-wicket. And an excellent start.
That's a very good start
for Rob Keogh. He again, similar to Leach, in obviously a different vein, but bowled very, very well against Lancashire a week ago. Starved of opportunities in the first team in 2026. But certainly with the way that he's bowled, I don't think he's let himself down in the opportunities that he has had.
No, he bowled nicely, didn't he, the other day? Started with 2 quite slow balls. He's saying to Thomas, I know you kind of want to run at me. You want to hit me out of the attack. So it's a very smart move from McSweeney. Kind of psychologically.
Yep.
If these 2 guys were on 20, 25 each, and it was 88 for 1, they would not let Rob Keogh settle here. They would put pressure on him. Can they afford to do that now?
Yeah, Archie Vaughan, Kian Roberts, Ben Church. Then with Josh Shaw, Jack Leach and Jake Ball to round the 11 out for Somerset. So there's still batting to come.
I think Goldsworthy will take the challenge on, personally. I think he's a good enough player.
Very quick as well. Scampers through for 2. I kind of feel like one of them has to, because it's turning now into a bit of a 25 over innings, isn't it, for Somerset? What can they get from this situation? 300 is going to be a remarkable number if they get up around there.
That'll be a good effort. Someone will have played very well, won't they?
You'd say from now that would be looking to be out of sight.
So it's about, for me, as we talked about the other day, going through gears, not going from gear 1 to gear 6. Something I'd be looking at is getting mid-off back. Just come down the wicket, punch it through there if you can, get mid-off back to open that up, and then you're off strike pretty easily.
There goes Risty through the offside, will just be 1. Tian Lowe's been out there on the rope, been very good actually, although he does offer a bit of apology for a wild throw back in. End of a good over for Rob Keogh, 24 overs done, 91 for 3, Goldsworthy on 18, he'll be on strike.
Yeah, Duncan Fletcher was Zimbabwean and hard man. And a lovely Duncan Fletcher story. He's a tough guy. And there's a guy who, really good guy, really good coach, David Parsons, a guy called David Parsons, who won't be a household name, but in the game, very well known. David Parsons ran did various jobs at the ECB. One of which he did was he ran the National Performance Centre at Loughborough. as well as running the under-19 program and other programs as well. And he's in his office one day, and the England team are practicing there, and Duncan Fletcher walks in and says, DP, how's your arm? Can you throw a slip catch in practice? And DP was a good cricketer. He played in national counties cricket, like Birmingham League cricket, had been a good cricketer, but hadn't played for a while.
Svenja Chahal into the attack.
But obviously being a coach, he's been used to being around the game, throwing and catching and mitting and all that sort of thing. And but not to the England setup. That's the big thing. So he said, oh, yeah, I can do that, yeah. So he said, yeah, get out there because we need that now.
Yeah.
So okay, popped his pen down and got himself onto the outfield. And Duncan Fletcher himself walks out with the nicking bat and gets in place, and DP picks his first ball up and he's about to throw it. And Duncan Fletcher said, shouts down, don't screw it up.
Nice start this for Chahal. Nicely played by Josh Thomas. I think those Steelbacks fielders might win the race, and they do. Very well chased down. It will be 3. Did he screw it up?
I don't think he did.
Okay, good news.
That was an interesting bit of cricket there. Whoever the fielder is, I think it was Tian Low, was a backward point. For all money, thought there was a man on the point boundary and was leaving it to the man on the point boundary. The problem was there wasn't a man on the point boundary. He had to chase it himself.
Chance for the non-striker's
catch
ends.
it. Oh, that's poor. That's poor.
Wild throw, wasn't it, by Keogh? Got excitable. Chahal was never really in position
Chahal didn't help him
to tidy that up.
Chahal didn't. He offered no target, did he?
Josh Thomas gets away with it.
Yeah, that should have been executed between the two of them. The bowler's got to get behind the stumps and make a big target for the thrower, isn't it? A big square target, and Chahal was nowhere.
You could see that Thomas knew he was struggling because he didn't bother getting a dive in for it.
He'd gone for all money.
Life, a big life for the exciting Josh Thomas.
Kesey didn't know where to throw that, really. Does he go stumps?
Yeah.
For a direct hit, or does he get it into the bowler? And the bowler was kind of half getting back. I think Chahal couldn't really believe that they were thinking about a run. Anyway, they survive.
They do indeed. Right, it's drinks. 25 overs, 96 for 3. Should take a drink ourselves.
Players have a drink break. Ideal opportunity to remind you to keep drinking plenty of water through the day, very hot day again. Fight the shade you think out. Reapply the fact that 15. And just keep an eye on yourselves and those who are entering. If anyone does feel unwell, contact your nearest steward or get some help to you as soon as we can. Huge thanks to our principal partners, Well, heavy buildings and bodies, ECL Civil Engineering, NNE Electrical, and Solar PV. Thanks also to our match sponsors today, Briggs and Boystown, sponsors the Family Day here at Steelbacks.
Well, everybody is suitably hydrated, as I'm sure plenty of people in the Cinch County ground today are as well, enjoying the various refreshments around the grounds. Keogh from the Lynn Wilson Centre end continues. Fascinated, Rowie, to have been a fly on the wall of what those conversations would have been like. What would the message have been from the Somerset dressing room to the two in the middle? What would the conversations have been from Nathan McSweeney?
It's
big appeal for LBW given. Huge wicket after drinks. Keogh strikes, and it's the dangerous Goldsworthy. The captain departs for a struggling 20 or 41, and Somerset 96 for 4. And we have had the cliche, it's one for drinks.
It was one for drinks. It had a good look about it, didn't it? Didn't really get too far forward. There was a bit of turn there. Hit the pad pretty hard. And that was that. The umpire gave it out fairly quickly. He was pretty happy with that. I've heard Rob Keogh appeal from the age of about 13 onwards. I know Rob Keogh's appeals pretty well. It's like babies' cries, isn't it? You know what they're crying for. And I will tell you, Rob Keogh definitely thought that was out.
Yeah.
I know his appeals. He definitely thought that was out. And importantly, so did the umpire.
Archie Vaughan, the next man in. Tell you what, that walk-off for Lewis Goldsworthy there was quite reminiscent of my performance yesterday. It was a long, slow, painful walk-off, and Somerset captain has left the arena with his team in a spot of bother here at the halfway stage. So whatever message might have been there at the halfway stage for Somerset from the dressing room or from the captain has probably changed quite significantly, quite quickly.
It's one of those where, as you talked about the half-time chat, it wouldn't have been what. The what's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
It would be how. But how are you going to do that? They've got added complications now because that turned a wee bit. So there's a bit of spin there as well. And I don't think that turned from rough. That turned off the wicket, as it were. So that adds to the difficulty. Well, fans have strangled this innings well and picked up those wickets. They're well on top here.
They have indeed. It's Archie Vaughan, the new man for Somerset. Another first-team regular out in the middle order here for Somerset in the One Day Cup. Another big appeal for Rob Keogh's, less convincing this time. But they're in a spot of bother. And their competition and tournament this year in the One Day Cup is still very much alive, isn't it? It's in their hands. They've got a game in hand on one of the teams above them. They've got a better run rate than all the teams above them, bar Leicestershire, who have already got 20 points. But with a potential total of 20 points on the board for Somerset, assuming that they were to win today and their next game, they would be well in the running. If not, a guaranteed spot for one of the knockout games, one of the quarterfinals. But a great over for Rob Keogh and a very good round of applause as well. Huge wicket, 26 overs done, 96 for 4.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan in the middle order here. I think he generally bats at the top of the order. That's where he played a lot of his cricket.
Yep.
Towards the top of it. Won't be used to starting against spin. And that can be more difficult. You know, you don't get the one off the hip. You don't get the short wide when you can tuck that away for 4. You've got to make the running. And starting against spin is often, but young players find that difficult. And they've got 2 very good spinners here as well.
They do indeed. Thomas just takes Chahal down the ground for 1. That was quicker and flatter from Chahal than what we come to expect. I thought he bowled nicely against Lancashire as well.
Yeah.
Probably the best that I've seen him bowl so far in the summer of 2026.
Slightly underwhelming, generally, his campaign, it would be fair to say, I think, for a man of his pedigree.
I think that would be fair. But I also think as well, with with where we are in this one-day cup, the focus for Northamptonshire has to go onto that championship now.
Yeah. Well,
in Division 2, very much in the hunt for promotion to Division 1.
100%. And I think that's one of the reasons why Vasconcelos is not playing.
Yeah.
It's precautionary, I think would be the press release word.
If this weather continues, see no huge reason as to why it isn't going to, and things continue to dry out, see Rob Keogh having a role in this championship side.
I do.
Towards the back end of the summer.
Absolutely do.
Maybe not in that role that we've seen him in the past, where he's batted, say, number 3, but where he has batted in the last couple of seasons at number 8, for example. He and Chahal. But then where would you just go in with a couple of seamers? Powerful sweep, but only going to be one, isn't it? Chahal. Leach does well, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, he does.
On the spin, does very well.
Yeah, well, I think there's a strong argument if there's a bit of spin around for getting both those guys in. One turning it in, one turning it away. And one of the questions in picking your balanced team, I guess it'll be, is Rob Keogh a better option on this pitch, whatever this pitch is?
Yeah.
On this pitch, for this match, is Rob Keogh a better option than your fourth seamer?
Mm.
And I mean, we don't know what this pitch looks like, but I mean, I would say probably.
Yeah, because unless my memory's failing me, I don't believe he's made a squad yet for the championship in 2026.
Yeah, certainly not made a team.
Certainly not made an 11.
Yeah.
Fairly certain when I say he's not made a squad yet.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting. Because, as you say, you'd be competing with Rafi Weatherall, Liam Guthrie. Full toss that time. Will just cost one, though.
It would be, I mean, ideal is not the right word, but if Guthrie's bowling very well, the Guthrie-Keogh combination is handy, because Guthrie will create rough outside Guthrie being the left-arm seamer will create rough outside the off stump of the right-hander that Keogh can exploit. So that's a nice combination. As an off-spinner, you always want the coach to pick the left-arm seamer.
Yeah.
For that very reason. Well, Guthrie's been a bit in and out, hasn't he? A little bit of turn there as well.
Yeah, he's again not been a guaranteed starter, has he?
No, he hasn't. No. Run rate down at 3.7. The overs are ticking over. Two spinners bowling in tandem. The overs tick over quickly.
Quick single taken. Thomas on his skates scampers through.
That was a good call from Thomas.
Yeah, very good.
Good run that.
To the danger end. Catching, was it Luke Proctor, isn't it, there on the, is it Luke Proctor on the 45?
I don't think it is. I think it's McSweeney, maybe. No, it's not McSweeney. Who is that? You're probably right. You usually are.
Occasionally. Oh, there we go. Number 2 on the back
Luke
of the
Proctor.
We know he's got a bit of a finger injury, hasn't he? Oh, fielded again. Excellent end to another good over from Rob Keogh.
Good to see Rob. I mean, he's not now. He's hurt his knee. But that aside, he's actually moving better than he has done at times. So it's good to see. He has. It's public knowledge that Rob's got a sort of a chronic back issue that that comes and goes a wee bit. But he's generally moved much better this summer than he did during last summer. Are we going to see more Chahal, or is there going to be a change? Is there going to be a change to Tian Low?
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Wonder if this is a matchup thought here. 2 overs for Yuzvendra Chahal. Conceded 9. It's been replaced at the David Capel end by Tian Low. Did bowl well. 5 overs, 0 for 20. Archie Vaughan just eyeing up that leg side boundary. Short side of the grounds for the Somerset middle order batter. Strokes that nicely out to extra cover for 1. Interesting decision there from Nathan McSweeney to take Chahal out.
Yeah. That's what I've got for you.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not obvious, is it?
Well, the first thing you'd think would be change of end, but that's not going to happen because Rob Keogh's bowled 3 overs really nicely and picked up a wicket, so he's going to keep going. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
Big appeal for OBW. Thomas really trying to play that square into the leg side, give you an indication on the line. Quick shake of the head from the umpire.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprised. I mean, I think McSweeney is a fan from the little I've seen, and it is little. I think he's a fan of chopping and changing, keeping the batters guessing, so you don't settle.
Yep.
There's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, I'll pay that.
So long as your bowlers can work with that, But I would have expected Charles to be bowling this over, that's for sure.
Oh, very full down the leg side. Should be 4 and is. Beats Dom Leach quite comfortably. And Somerset get a very, very welcome boundary to 108 for 4. So they have not seen many one-day cup games this summer where that run rate's been below 4.
No.
Getting towards the 29th over. That final 20. On the leg side, once again, a take by McManus. The radar not quite right here for Tian Low.
Yeah, I've been reaching into the corners of my brain.
Yeah.
Trying to come up with something. So, I mean, one thing I would know is he's thought this through, and there'll be clear thinking from McSweeney about it. Unfortunately, I can't tap into it. And Lowe is certainly not helping his captain with this over so far.
No, leg side again. That one will be cut off. Leach finds himself down at fine leg. He's quite a long way off the rope, to be fair, making sure that there isn't an opportunity for a second. I don't know whether it would be an outrageous take, but I would have thought nearly everybody would have assumed that Chahal would have just bowled through for a long period of time from the David Capel end there.
Yeah, agreed.
As you say, it's not on a whim from Nathan McSweeney. It's not a knee-jerk reaction. It's something that he has had to think about. We've since been at the death a little bit more so in the one-day cup this year. Maybe that's part of it. Beauty from Low. The other thing as well is you get later on in the innings and these 2 balls turn into 1, don't they? In this year's regulations of the one-day cup. They don't just morph, but you pick one or the other. And I wonder whether spin has a bigger role to play later as that ball has those extra overs to become softer and harder to hit. Maybe it can spend a little bit more time on the surface. But the leg side. That will be another 4. So not the best return here for Tian Low. Very expensive over.
I think that's just strange, Dan. I can't work that out at all. What's going on there? Tian hasn't helped his captain by bowling a poor over there and going for, 10 or 12 off that over.
Yeah.
Hasn't helped at all. But if you ask Thomas and Vaughan, who would they rather face?
Yeah.
I think I know the answer. And I think I've just seen it.
Yes. I think everybody would probably answer the same way. Keogh does continue. Well, it'll be interesting, fascinating, in fact, to see what happens next over, won't it?
Yeah.
From the David Capel end. Is it a one and done?
Well, yeah, it may well be, because he'd be reluctant to throw the ball back to Low after that over.
I think, particularly as we spoke, you don't need to. And I don't mean this nastily.
No.
He bowled very well for that opening 5.
He did.
You don't need to. And Nathan McSweeney, if he feels that though pace off is working, he's got himself too. But he's used 6 frontline bowlers in this innings now. He's well in credit for getting through the 50 overs in whichever combination he would like to do so.
Yeah.
Very flighted, very well fielded. George Bartlett. He's had a big role to play in this One Day Cup, George Bartlett. Very good fielder, got a good consecutive string of 50-plus scores. I suppose he may be somebody in that Championship 11, whilst he has had important roles in that team. But if there was a look for Rob Keogh and the off spin and the finger spin to be included, he could potentially be the batter that misses out. Yeah. But then if you want somebody to bowl a bit of finger spin, you've already got Safe Save in the 11.
Yeah.
End of another good over. 30 overs done now in this first innings. Somerset won the toss, elected to have a bat first at 10:30 this morning. Currently 116 for 4, 20 overs to go. What's the supercomputer saying, Rowie? What's the number?
20 left. Oof. Batting's not been easy, has it?
Far from it.
It looked, it didn't look as challenging in the first 10 overs. It didn't look easy. Northampton bowled pretty well. So I'll come back to you. Oh, wow, that was in the vicinity, wasn't it? It was punched through this. It was punched very nicely through the leg side, but it was a catchable height, but it was just out of the reach of the fielder at mid-wicket and ran away for 4 very quickly. It was hit very hard. I mean, you've got to be thinking 240, haven't you? Another 120 from here is kind of minimum 240, I would have thought. Good start to this over, though. Tian Low effectively going for back-to-back boundaries, 6th ball and the first ball. Last 2 overs. Brought back into the attack at the expense of Yuzvendra Chahal, who only bowled 2 overs. He got the shepherd's crook.
Yeah.
And Tian Low came back and bowled a mediocre over. And he hasn't started this one so well either, going for 4 off his first ball. But yeah, I would say, I mean, you've got to be looking at 240.
As a minimum.
As a minimum. That's 6s from here. 240, 250. Play for that, and hopefully you get past it, I would think. But it feels like, for me at least, another wicket or 2 here really makes that difficult, which is why I am so surprised that Chahal was taken out of the attack. Because he's the international quality bowler who is able to do the 2 things which a lot of bowlers find difficult in this format, which is keep the run rate down and offer threat at the same time. Chahal can certainly do that. Anyway, he's not bowling. Tian Low is. And that's flashed out off the back foot by Thomas. Third man is quite fine. I'd like to see that, so he cuts it off. They just get the 1. Round the wicket low to the right-handed Vaughan. That's bang on the money. McSweeney's got plenty of resources. We've said that a few times that he could utilise. Chahal still 8 overs to bowl potentially. bowled well in his first spell, did Tianlo. Hasn't come back quite as well. That was a bit of width. It's driven, but it only could pick up one to the point fielder. That finishes the 31st over. Thomas moves on to, sorry, Vaughan moves on to 16. Thomas is on 15. 123-4. The run rate exactly 4 and over at the moment. And these two young players are going to have to get that significantly north of that by the time the 50 overs is concluded. Well, Rob Keogh's found a nice pace to bowl on this wicket. Slightly slower than his stock pace, I think. Picked up the big wicket of Goldsworthy LBW, one that just turned. But he's given the batters nothing to work with here. No pace to work with. Who's going to be the first to blink? Very experienced Rob Keogh nowadays. Another single picked up there. Square of the wicket. The rare loose one from Rob Keogh. It's a little bit quicker through the air, that one from Keogh, just a bit over length. Do feel that these batters are going to try and get on top, probably sooner rather than later, if they're to get a number that they'll be happy with. Steve Vaughan eyeing up the gap between long on and mid wicket. It's quite a big gap. He's gone the other way. He's gone inside out. He can take 1-2 mid off. Nicely run, nicely fielded. Where's the next boundary coming from? That's the question. The ones that are not going to do it. It's not going to be the breakout that's required. Very slowly bowled. A nice out of the over ball from Rob Keogh. Conclude his 5th over, the 32nd of the innings. And we're going to see Chahal back on, I think. What you do not want to be doing is leaving your overseas megastar with overs unbowled when he's bowling well.
I've had a theory. Hear me out.
I'm all ears. I mean, there's thinking. I just don't know what it is, but there is thinking.
I occasionally do it. I just wonder whether all that IPL experience that Chahal's got with the batters going really hard at him, holding him back, when Somerset potentially really need to go hard.
Get that.
I wonder whether there's a thought process behind that.
I totally get that. But this is where I get that. Look. Stumped, gone. That's why I left him on.
Yeah. It was only a theory.
No, well, I think that's probably right. I think it's probably the right theory. Nicely bowled. Turned. And Vaughan came past the turn, played past the turn. Nicely stumped by McManus. He's very, very good up to the stumps, isn't he, Lewis McManus? Very rarely makes a mistake there. And that's the 5th wicket gone. Yeah, and that there is some logic in that. I think, though, the two batters were fairly new in when he took Chahal off, and I think it's more difficult to start against Chahal than it is against Lowe.
Yeah.
But you know, he's come back on and got a wicket first over, so you could say it's worked. He's got 2 overs out of the way. They weren't great overs from Tiano. That doesn't help a decision, does it? If a bowler bowls a poor over. But anyway, he's back and he's doing what he does, which is get people out. And nicely stumped. There is a little bit of turn there. 2 wickets to spin. One to turn past the outside edge from the wrist spinner, and Keasy got one to turn past the inside edge with his off spin. And now the run rate is below 4s at 3.9, 5 down. And now you've got to start against Charles.
Yeah.
And that's not easy.
No, not at all. And another Somerset youngster, Kian Roberts, joins Josh Thomas in the middle. So two cricketers are finding their feet in the first team and forging their careers. But they run the risk here, Somerset, having won the toss and chose to bat first, of this innings falling well short of that 240 number that you mentioned. And even then, I think that would be under par.
Yeah.
But 126 for 5. Again, if you do that cliche, add a couple to it, 126 for 7. It's a long way south.
Oh, that's a nice start from Charles. And Kian Roberts will be happy that that one went to ground. What he did well was he didn't push at that. Had he pushed at it, it might have created more problems for him, but it hit the outside edge, ran away for a single, so he's away. The young Cornwallian?
Sure.
Cornwallian. He's from Cornwall. I think Kian Roberts is the son of a former Northamptonshire player. I've just remembered this. I haven't actually looked it up, but I better look it up to check. I think Kian Roberts is David Roberts' son. David Roberts played here in the 80s, maybe into the early 90s, possibly. Opening batter. Really good player. Are you checking on my nonsense? Good, thank you. Because you need to clear that up. Because if it's wrong, we need to correct that pretty quickly. But I think I might be right. Turn that one away nicely. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 2. I'm worried, Dan. You're not confirming this for me.
I'm not getting anything obvious.
Oh, you're not? Let's have a look at it. I generally go to Crick Info for this kind of thing.
Yeah, there's no father linked.
Pretty sure David Roberts was a Cornwall man. And I'm pretty sure he has a son who plays a good level of cricket. I may have mistakenly joined those two things together.
Short ball, rare one from Keogh, which is pulled away. Only cost 1 though.
Well, I do apologise. I might have made something up there. Won't be the first time. Nicely played down the ground by Thomas. Keep the board ticking. Don't want another wicket right now, but they'll just put the brake on, won't it? Just put the brake on that counter punch that they need to do at some point. And Rob Keogh giving nothing.
No, he's been miserly, hasn't he, with the ball?
He has.
He's conceded just 14 runs.
No, he's been very good. Northants have bowled very, very well. And no surprise when you look at the board and it's 135 for 2. But they have bowled very well. I don't think Somerset have played particularly badly. I think Northants have bowled well. That could be close. Turned down quite quickly where there was a nick on it. Polite inquiry from Rob Keogh. Always best to inquire politely, I think. Try and keep the umpire on your side if you can. Let's get him out of the over then. It's another slow ball driven down the ground. Should just be the single. That's going to land on the wicket. And Dom Leach is going to get told off about that. He does. Have you ever seen any penalty runs given
No.
for throwing the ball either into the ground or onto the pitch.
No.
No, I haven't.
And I don't
want to either, do you?
I don't really get it.
No.
I'm not really sure what the problem is there.
It's
and I
very
think we've
hard,
just seen as well, at this particular moment, just to add a bit of insult to it, is they've just had the moment where they've chosen between those two balls.
Okay.
And potentially the one that Dom Leach threw in to hit the pitch on has now been underarm lobbed off to the boundary rope anyway.
Okay.
So we have now got this one Kookaburra for the remainder of this one-day cup fixture.
And it's in the hands of Yuzvendra Chahal. And wow, for a moment, I thought that had a good look of LBW about it, because Thomas kind of crabbed across the crease a wee bit, didn't go forwards or backwards. There wasn't sharp turn. Had there been sharp turn, he might have been in trouble, but there wasn't. But I want to get his feet moving a little bit better than that. Just so.
I mean, today is a bad example for it, but bowlers need as much assistance in this white ball cricket malarkey as possible to try and balance the books a little bit. So if you're able to scuff up one side legally and you get a little bit of reverse swing out of it, or it gets a bit softer for the spinners or whatever that might be, I don't see a huge, I don't know.
It will be about reverse swing, won't it?
Yeah.
That's what it'll be about. That was a drag down from Chahal, a rare bad delivery. And what Kean Roberts did very well is he maximised, or almost maximised, hit it away for 4, low risk boundary. And it's a real standout as a bad delivery. There's been very few very bad deliveries in this innings so far. That was one of them, and it got what it deserved.
Yeah, that might be the only one you get from Chahal.
Yeah, you're going to have to make the running mostly. Not going to serve those up, but it was well put away, making the young man feel a little bit better. He's going to be pushing for 2 there. Does he get 2? He does. Nicely fielded by Stuart van der Merwe. He is a very good fielder, very good athlete.
What makes Chahal kind of so impressive in this moment? And I know it'll be playing against the spin, but he's bowling to that short leg side boundary. And that really is down towards mid-wicket. It's nothing more than a drop kick, is it? Really, it's not a hit. It's not a huge shot to get it down there. But the control that he's got, he's able to protect that short leg side. 15 overs to go then, Rowie. 140 for 5.
Yeah, another 100 looks difficult, doesn't it? But it's within the capability of the rest of this lineup, I'm sure, to get somewhere near that 240. And that's something to bowl at, isn't it?
Yeah, it puts you in a game, doesn't it? Although, as Steelbacks have found out on more than one occasion, it's quite often not enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Steelbacks batting first have got, I don't know, maybe 5, maybe even 6, certainly 5 scores. Very tightly grouped around 250, maybe most of them just below.
Yeah.
And they've got beaten pretty comfortably. That doesn't get the job done very often at all. 50 over cricket, that kind of number.
Yeah, and chasing that 240, 250 number will just take so much pressure off a batting lineup as well, won't it?
Absolutely. So we think that the pulling Chahal out of the attack after 2 overs with the new batter in, getting a couple of overs of Tian Low chalked up, is about wanting your very best bowlers for as long as possible towards the end of the innings. That's the theory, isn't it?
It's the only thing I could think.
Yeah.
And if there was a moment that Somerset, and if they're not already kind of in that kind of area that need to think about going at 6, 7s and 8s, and over as Keogh goes for a big LBW appeal, umpires are going to signal leg byes. Big appeal for Keogh. Probably Chahal's the guy.
Yeah.
Whether that's the logic behind the decision or not, I don't know. But
it was maybe, yeah. That is out. On the back foot, Roberts going across the crease, looking to turn that into the leg side. Looks quite confused about that. There was no appeal, as you probably heard. No appeal from the keeper. It was all Keogh. I think it might be one of those. We won't get a replay here, unfortunately, so I won't be able to tell you how it looked in slow motion, but it could well be one of those that just looked out to Rob Keogh. He just missed it. You know, it's one that you go back, you turn it off, you turn it square of the wicket and run up the other end, missed it. And the umpire judged it was going on to hit leg stump, I suspect. What is surprising is that Lewis McManus didn't appeal. He's a good appealer.
yeah,
He didn't want to join in. But he's gone. He's got to walk off. And that's the end of Kean Roberts. 14 balls he faced for his 11. He's now gone 143 for 6. And gee whiz, they need something to do Somerset.
certainly do. And it's going to be over to Ben Church now, isn't it? And at number 8, 2 wickets now for Rob Keogh. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18. Rob Keogh going at 2.5 runs and over.
It's a good time to do it.
That's a remarkable spell for a finger spinner in white ball cricket. It really is. That's a real standout. He's got 18 deliveries to go. Chahal has 6 overs. So we got 9 overs of spin remaining from the final, 14 overs.
Do you know what who holds the record for the most economical figures in one-day cricket, domestic one-day cricket in England?
I don't.
You probably don't. Not many people do. The reason I mention it is it's an old Somerset player. Oh, that's quicker and very good. Very well bowled. And went on to be chairman of the cricket committee at Somerset, a guy called Brian Langford. Bowled off spin. And his figures were, I think it was in the John Player League or the Forerunner. I think it was the John Player League. 8 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 0.
Wow.
How about that?
How the game has changed.
It's changed a bit, hasn't it? That's swept. Very square, firmly. It's defended by Van der Merwe out there, or was that Dom Leach? That's Dom Leach.
Yeah.
And I thought for a minute they might push him for 2. They didn't. He's got a good arm. Made sure he stopped it. No bobbles. Yeah, 8 overs, 8 maidens bowling. What I would imagine was pretty conventional. You know, not mystery spin.
Yep.
It does show how the game's changed. Also a great bit of bowling, isn't it? I mean, the batter facing that 8th maiden must have been so tempted to run down the wicket and have a hack at it. Quicker and flatter to the new batter, Church. New one for you, a new one for me, certainly.
Yeah, Somerset's wicketkeeper today.
I don't know how that got through Chahal. He seemed to have it covered, and it got through a gap somewhere. I think he's another local lad, Taunton School, I think. Ben Church.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy batting lineup, hasn't it, for Somerset today? It's not quite followed the cards that we were expecting. So he was due in at 7 and found himself 1 further down at number 8.
I think they've looked a little bit shell-shocked is the wrong word. That's too strong, but maybe a little bit. They're obviously come into this game very confident off the back of a really strong hammering of Surrey, and have come in, looked at the pitch, looks a good pitch, lightning quick outfield, smallish ground, a bit like their own ground in that sense, and find themselves after 37 overs really struggling at 146 for 6. The run rate currently dead on 4s with 13 overs to go. They won't have seen this coming.
No, they certainly wouldn't have done. And I'm not convinced many would have.
No.
If we're being completely honest. Northamptonshire on the back of a pretty one-sided affair. It was in Chesterfield, wasn't it, in Derbyshire, when they took on Nottinghamshire in the week. Did play well here against Lancashire, but in a very different style as Somerset pick up their second. Yeah, Ben Church has just played the 6 List A games, all of those coming this summer, with a high score of 23 not out, which came in that last game against Surrey that you've referenced a couple of times now. So very much learning his way.
That must have turned. I'm not sure that Josh Thomas was playing that exactly there. It's kind of squirmed off the bat face square of the wicket. It just suggests again there's a bit of turn. Jack Leach will be an interesting observer of that for sure.
Yeah, and Archie Vaughan as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Two frontline spinners in the 11 for Somerset.
I wonder if McSweeney's tempted to bowl himself. I kind of get the feeling when Church has just got in, but I've got the Somerset guys must give me some seam to work with.
Yeah.
Give me some pace on the ball to work with, please.
Well, those 2 extra overs from Tian Low cost 18. Kind of spoilt his figures a little bit.
I found since doing this little bit of, punditry, that I'm probably a far more positive captain than I ever was when I captain. It's very easy when you're off the field to do that. That's nicely bowled, just held that back beautifully. Really subtle, very good bit of bowling.
As you said, though, before we press go this morning, you do watch it in a different way.
Yeah. That's swept out there and it's going to be caught. Nicely caught by Tian Low. Took the sweep on. Did Josh Thomas. Didn't get it down. I don't know whether he was deliberately hitting it in the air. I don't think he was. Swept it. Is rehearsing a flatter sweep as he walks off the field. Got a top edge. Nicely caught by Tian Low. Running to his right and the ball arced on him a bit. Caught it on the left side of his body. Great pair of hands though. And that's the end of Thomas for 26. Rob Keogh's 3rd wicket now. 150 for 7 and Somerset are in deep trouble.
Yeah, strife, I think would be fair to say, with Josh Shaw, Jack Leach and Jake Ball left in this Somerset batting lineup. Incredible spell here for Rob Keogh. It's 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 22 for Rob Keogh with 2 left. Chahal has 5. He almost from a distance captaincy perspective, you'd be silly not to bowl yourself as Nathan McSweeney, wouldn't you? For at least 1, if not 2. And then you've got 3 left from Tian Low. You've got 3 left from Rafi Weatherall, 3 left from Luke Proctor, and 6 from Dom Leach.
I don't think he will. He may do.
Yeah.
I've been wrong before. He may do. But I think the problem is, if he's going to bowl, he needs to bowl now. And actually, to bowl now, he obviously has to take off either Keezy, well, he's not going to do that, or Chahal, and he's probably not going to do that. So I think it gets to the point where when they've completed their spells, he's probably going to go back to seam.
I have good news for you.
What's that?
Have
I got one right?
I'll deliver it after this Chahal delivery. Just had a message in from Somerset supporter and local Ben, so thank you for getting in contact to confirm that Kian Roberts is Dave Roberts' son.
I love Ben. Thank you.
Well done, Rowie. Never in doubt.
I'm surprised that it's not listed as such, actually. We did try to find it, didn't we? Both of us, and neither of us could. But thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. What a lovely man. Ben probably as well.
No, I can confirm Ben's a lovely guy.
Dave Roberts, really good guy. Dave Roberts got taken out of a net. I won't name the coach, it would be unfair. Got taken out of a net by a coach during his time. So we're going back a while for playing a reverse sweep. True story.
something along the lines of, that's not in the MCC cricket textbook. Out you come and think about what you've done type conversation, was it?
I think it was. I wasn't here at the time. It's a true story. And yeah, it just shows that, you know, if anything tells you how the game has changed, you're taken out for not doing it now, wouldn't you?
Almost certainly. Slip in. Josh Shaw, the new man for Somerset.
He's one of those signings, Josh Shaw. The Somerset do this. They sign players, and you kind of think, well, how on earth of whatever the host county was let that happen? Jake Ball would be another one. They do that. They're very, very clever in their recruitment. They obviously have got a great track record of homegrown players. So let me say that first and foremost. But when they have recruited, they've seemed to have attracted players. You think, why on earth has someone let Josh Shaw go in this example? It's a nice place to play your cricket. It's a nice place to base yourself down in Somerset. Headed that way myself next week.
Yeah, some of those overseas stars that's been recruited down to Taunton over, well, the last couple of years for starters, and further afield as well, further back. I think Babar Azam of late, Chris Gale as well.
Yeah, Ricky Ponton.
And it's often
Steve Wall.
kind of multiple seasons as well, isn't it?
Viv
Justin
Richards.
Langer, Chris Rogers,
Joel Garner. I'm sure we've missed plenty.
Several, I would
There's
imagine.
going to be Somerset supporters listening to this shouting at us now.
Yeah, how did you not name Sachin Tendulkar?
So Rob Keogh continuing to bowl dots. He's found the right pace to bowl on this pitch, and he's had the accuracy and the subtlety to back that up. That's been hit down the ground for 4.
I was just thinking about this, and I was thinking with the resoluteness of Jack Leach to come, and the stage or the state at which we see this Somerset scorecard, is this a bit of a free hit for Josh Shaw? Just get as many as you can. If it works, great.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get a score, haven't you? That's the thing. You've got to get a score. There's no point batting your 50 overs and being
195.
It's not going to work, is it? So it was slightly over pitch, and mid-off is up, and he's backed himself to hit sort of again into the spin, you'd say, and timed it beautifully. So Keogh's bowled an even slower delivery as a response. And he's a dangerous guy, Josh Shaw. He's a good lower order batter, because you want your lower order batters to be able to score, don't you? Hopefully they can score. We say he's got 4 more there. It was faster ball from Rob Keogh. I think he anticipated something, whether he was trying to fire in a Yorker. It ended up as a low full toss. Josh Shaw was hitting it almost 180 degrees differently to where the ball ended up. I think he was hammering it down to long on, and he got a thick outside edge and ran away for 4. Putting a little dent in Rob Keogh's figures. 2 balls of this, the 40th over to go. And then Northampton can have another fielder outside 30-metre circle. That short is pulled away, and it's going to find the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and that is a very soft dismissal. One of the poorer balls that Rob Keogh has bowled, to be honest. His previous ball was a low full toss. That one was a... I mean, you'd probably say that was a long hop. It's certainly a drag down. It was pulled. It was Josh Shaw was either hitting that for 6 or he's out. And he was comfortably short of distance and very nicely caught at deep mid-wicket. And that's the end of a counter-attack from Josh Shaw. And it's Rob Keogh's 4th wicket.
Yeah, short but sweet from Shaw. 8 off 4, wasn't it? Or 8 off 5. And he fell. So a good catch by Stuart van der Merwe at deep mid-wicket. As you said, it was 6 or out. It was out and in favour of the Steelbacks. I don't mind it from Josh Shaw. I think it was the right shot to play. It's an outcomes-based game, and the outcome didn't go in his favour.
Totally.
160 for 8.
He couldn't have hit that a lot worse.
No.
For a guy who's a good
As
striker of a
powerful,
cricket
yeah.
ball. Yeah. Justin Langer, another Somerset overseas signing. Did you say Justin Langer?
I did.
Oh,
I did.
I've
But
repeated it.
He is another one.
And don't forget Justin Langer.
Justin who?
Wow. 160 for 8. Jack Leach has got to do. I mean, Jack Leach has. He has a special place in the heart of English cricket lovers, doesn't he? For his batting,
Certainly does.
not for his scoring runs.
Famous one not out.
Every time I watch that partnership with Ben Stokes, I'm amazed at how, it was just a remarkable bit of cricket, wasn't it? There are very few players in the history of the game, very few English players in the history of the game who could have played that innings Ben Stokes played.
Don't forget it's Test match 92 as well.
Yes.
Let's not discredit and brandish Jack Leach as a one-trick pony with the bat.
No, absolutely
Test
not.
match 92 as well.
He did.
But yes, you're right. There'd be very few, wouldn't there, that you expect to be able to do that. But 10 overs to go then, Rowie.
10 to go. 8 down. My 240 is looking a way off.
It's looking a long way off, isn't it? You wonder at this stage. Ben Church, very, very early in his professional career, high score of 23 not out. And these 6 games that he's played, his strike rate has been 100. Hasn't shown in a short sample size that kind of 140, 150 strike rate as yet. Chahal continues and Rob Keogh gets a very, very nice round of applause from the members. But it does feel as though it's on the youngster Ben Church here, doesn't it?
It does,
To do something.
It does. 6 men in the ring. That's how far on top of the game Northants are.
Excellently well bowled. Just takes the pace off it. There is turn.
I feel stumped. Or I think
stumped. Oh, you mean for a dismissal?
Yes.
Not just your general persona.
No. That's very good. No, I'm generally stumped myself, but I think the method priority order of dismissals likelihood in my book is stumped or caught on the slog sweep, top edge slog sweep. That boundary is open. The deep mid-wicket boundary is open.
Well
Nicely played.
Yeah, well fielded. Rob Keogh. Still got 1 over left. 4 for 30 for Rob Keogh. This is Yuzvendra Chahal's 7th. Northants will be thinking about wrapping this up with time to spare here as well, won't they? Leach plays a nice cover drive.
Whilst we've got Jack Leach out there, I'm going to ask you a question this is unfair, but I'm giving you an opportunity as well at the same time. So I'm going to be unfair and generous at the same time. Why does Jack Leach not get mentioned in terms of England spin options?
Honestly, I've really tried racking my brains.
I don't get it
with this for a long time now, and I can't figure it out. I had a look of late, and obviously he's not been named in this squad to take on Pakistan in those first 2 Test matches, and Shoaib Bashir has. But the domestic record is better than anybody else as a bowler. I had a look to see whether the numbers had, say, dropped off towards the back end of his career, and they hadn't. They'd got better. They were better than his career average.
Right.
His numbers under Joe Root are better than what they were under Ben Stokes as captain. And yeah, I'm puzzled, to tell you the truth. I am puzzled by it.
Stumped.
Stumped, I am. Massively stumped.
I am. It's just, they've forgotten him or something.
Potentially. I mean, I hope not. But it feels like it, doesn't it?
It's crazy. I mean, we have off air, I think you and I have had this conversation, but I thought I'd bring it up again as obviously there'll be some Somerset listeners, watchers, tuning in. They must be scratching their heads even harder than we are.
Yeah, it's perplexing. I think the other thing as well that makes Jack Leach such a fascinating option as a spinner as he goes up against Rob Keogh, is you'd think, wouldn't you, that that bowling average would be better away from home.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. It's better in England.
Yeah, yeah. It's just yeah. It's one of
cry of catch, and it's going to race up towards the members. Chahal gives chase, keeps it inside the rope, backing up his good mate Rob Keogh.
Yeah, it's one. Jack Leach. The treatment of Jack Leach is one of numerous questions that the selections, performance, strategy, communication of English cricket, Test cricket over the last 3 or 4 years, or 3 years, I'd say. It's just baffling.
Swept powerfully. Should be two.
I think it might go.
It does go. Fielder got very, very close to it. And you could just tell by the body language of Rob Keogh there. He threw his head back in disgust that it wasn't cut off. I think the other thing is Jack Leach has been quite vocal with an appetite to want to play for England again. So it's not a case of the players decided that it's not for him. Interesting. A conundrum.
God. What a spell.
What a spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 35, Rob Keogh. Big wickets of Lewis Goldsworthy, Josh Thomas, Kian Roberts, and of late, Josh Shaw. He really has just ripped the heart out of this Somerset batting order, and his job's done for the minute.
Lovely little embrace there. Did you see that with Chahal? That's nice. He's had a difficult year, Rob. As we've said before, he's not broken into the first team other than in this competition. And that's nice to get a warm congratulations from Chahal. Oh, that was a front of the hander, I think, that one.
Yeah, quick and flat. I think the other cricketer as well that we've found himself quite unlucky not to be in that. The other thing, it's a 16 cricketer squad for a home test match. Reverse sweep, and it's just got Ben Church in the grill. There's 7 seamers in there, which either says to me, we don't know if everybody's fit, or we don't actually know which is the way we want to go round. There's no Sonny Baker, who bowled pretty well at the Oval, no Matt Fish, who bowled pretty well at the Oval, and there's no Craig Overton, who's doing exceptionally well this summer, not only with ball, as he does every year, but also with the bat as well.
Yeah, he's a dangerous man, isn't he? I just sit here shaking my head. I don't. What does it say? What does it say?
Big sweep or big shot just gets past McSweeney. It will just be 1.
But it doesn't say anything very positive, does it? Like, you don't know, do you?
I think you read it from the outside, and it feels confused.
Yeah, confused is right. Yeah,
I think
the right word.
There's no clear
stumped,
precisely. Nicely bowled, Yuzvendra Chahal. Swept nicely. That's going to be 4, is it? Leach does very well. Excellent work, Dom Leach. I thought for a second, for all money, that was going to split the pair of them. And he's picked that up so casually.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
I thought the momentum was going to carry him over the rope.
That's the word that was on my mind, casually. And that's often used critically, isn't it? But I think it had the look of casualness about it. I just think he's a really good mover and just makes it look straightforward. I nailed him for some bad fielding earlier. But that was very, very good. Yeah.
That was as good as we've seen all day, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's a very good mover for a big guy.
Here we go, Captain Rowie. You've got it right.
Well, and they've got to go here because he won't offer the drop and turn that Rob Keogh. This is Nathan McSweeney coming into the day. He's no mug with the ball.
Yep.
But he hasn't got Rob Keogh's
It's going to be a quicker over, though,
Yeah,
for McSweeney, assuming it doesn't obviously depart the ground in all different directions.
McSweeney gets it up and down, doesn't he? And McSweeney's a bit round arm.
Yeah, although that had a little bit more on it. Rob does have a natural advantage of being about 6'5".
Yeah.
He does get a natural bit of elevation on the ball.
He's so lanky.
McSweeney will be quick through his over. Leading edge spoons into no man's land.
Oh, Ben Church needs guidance here from Jack Leach, senior player. He's got to tell Ben Church exactly how to play, because otherwise the young man could get a little bit confused about exactly what the best approach is here.
Quick single take, and Leach has got to be on his toes. For Somerset, they're both in an incredibly tough situation, aren't they?
Yeah.
We were so complimentary of the one not out for Leach in the 92 as well. And I'd be pleasantly proven wrong, but I don't think he's got the six-hitting prowess that, say, a Josh Shaw has.
No.
It's a bit creative, a bit cute. Won't go to the rope, I don't think, because Luke Proctor makes his way around, does come back for two. But as you say, he's got to be the senior batter here to the youngster, who is probably the better batter.
Yeah.
It's a unique relationship at the minute for Leach and Church. Or Church and Leach. There is some of that six-hitting power for Jack Leach. And it will just be one.
Good shot, though. Good shot from the number 10.
A bit of bottom hands, bit of power.
It's almost a case of Church just handing the strike to Leach, isn't it? That seems to be what the plan is at the moment.
Sweep, nicely timed, but for one. And of another over and a quiet one. 176 for 8. With 6 overs to go. Somerset going at 4 runs and over. Someone here who may well come back into the attack, but going to be stood there in the outfield after that brilliant bit of fielding. With 4 overs to his name, 1 for 15, thinking, why have I only bowled 4 overs so far?
Yeah. But then, you look at the board, isn't it? I'm interested in that there's 3 overs to come from each end. Chahal's got 2 left.
Yep.
Someone's got to bowl 1. There we go. Math. Brilliant.
Good
Who will that be?
Well, they're all, with the exception of Rob Keogh, reverse swept and half an appeal from McManus doesn't go anywhere. They're all an option, aren't they? Tian Lowe's got 3, Rafi Weatherall's got 3, Luke Proctor's got 3, Dom Leach has got 6. McSweeney could bowl to the ends from the Lynn Wilson centre end if he wanted to.
I'm gonna put my cards on the table. I think the 2 seamers who will feature should be, in my opinion, Weatherall and Proctor. Yep,
I wouldn't disagree. But I think if I was skipper here, unless I see something from Church to think that we're going to get taken to the cleaners, I think 5 of my 6 final overs would be bowled by the spinners.
The danger is left-hander short boundary leg side to the off spin of this end, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the danger. That's slow.
Well fielded, Rockio again. Geez, he's having a good day, isn't he? Or a good first half to this game, at least.
It was like a slinky, wasn't he? He kind of grew. He kind of grew as he dived there. The batter would have thought, I've got that through. Oh no, he's longer than I thought he was.
177 for 8. And I guess, it's the risks of the short side, but then you bring the pace on.
Yeah.
And do you get those, how often do you see the inside edges and the outside edges that race down to the boundary rope, and you all of a sudden think, well, that over's gone for 8. Swept by Leach.
That's out.
And gone. Chahal picks up his second. It's Leach to depart on the slog sweep. Another very good catch by Stuart van der Merwe. Somerset 177 for 9. And I wonder with the way that... No, we are going to see Jake Ball. I just thought everybody looked like they were making a bit of a mass exodus
Declared.
to the playing arena there, but I did spot Jake Ball coming out the dressing room and down the steps. So Leach goes for 9, and it'll be Church and Ball to round out this innings. That's the other trade-off. Might not need to think about over number 50.
I'm loath to criticise a number 10 batter. He's very experienced. That's a massively long boundary that way. It's 20 metres shorter the other way.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's got 5 overs and 1 ball left. What's he going to do?
And as we spoke about a while ago, almost what's the point?
Yeah.
And we could be proven wrong. It could be a low-scoring thriller here today. What's the point being 196 for 9?
I get that. I get that. I get that. You got to go. That was too critical. I'll take that back. Sorry, Jack.
McSweeney continues. Jake Ball out there. What gears has Ben Church got? Does he look to continue to bat with Jake Ball? Does he look to try and get as many as he can, as quick as he can?
It's hard for the rookie to indicate, well, I don't trust you, ex-England player.
Yes.
It's hard, but he might not do.
Has he got the reverse sweep against McSweeney? Is that an option? Half big appeal from McManus, not much from McSweeney. I don't think the angle works well, but if he can get it either side of Luke Proctor, he's probably got 4, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
On a reverse.
He did play a nice reverse sweep in the last over from McSweeney.
So far, we've got 3 dot balls here for McSweeney. As I say, just rattles through his overs.
They're putting another man on the reverse sweep now. Fielder from mid-wicket makes his way across. That's good. That's good cricket. That's the boundary option.
Yeah.
Plug that. Give him the leg side option.
Oh, does take the one eventually. McSweeney, who is lightning fast, not able to cut it off, and Church does get down the other end. Moves to 10. That'll be Jake Ball with 2 left in the over.
I kind of think McSweeney's the kind of guy who's, I don't know this, but I might have a look in the break. I'd imagine he is a very talented all-round sportsman. Just looks like he can
do a lot of things, yeah, quite well.
Yeah.
Nicely played by Ball, who does take the single eventually. So good over again here for the Steelbacks. If McSweeney can get out of it without the boundary, it's just 2 runs from it. They've decided now not to protect the reverse sweep.
I think that's a mistake.
There goes the reverse sweep, and it's missed completely. End of another over. McSweeney, very quiet, 2 runs from it.
I think he's lucky to get away with a not a wide there from round the wicket. That was down the leg side, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, on the sweep. Yeah, I suppose it would have been outside off stump. Would it?
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. I thought
Yeah.
the ball went down the leg side. Sorry, I was only glanced up from my pad at the last minute, and I thought the batter was in. Anyway, it wasn't. It was a dot ball. That's what it was.
Yeah, we move on. Last over then for Yuzvendra Chahal. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. Jake Ball, that short leg side boundary that I'm sure the number 11 will be eyeing up favourably if he can get across to it. If Chahal gives him a sniff.
The balloon.
Yes.
One single balloon. Was a very upset child somewhere.
Appeal from McManus, nothing from Chahal. Yeah, not getting that one back.
super slow. I fancy a super slow loopy thing.
You didn't.
Oh, I didn't.
Pace on, and Jake Bull picked him up over the short leg side, and it
Disappeared.
skipped over the wall. So new balls, please, here at the Sidge County grounds. Exactly what Somerset needed. 6 runs.
Maybe he should have gone super loopy. It's nicely struck, wasn't it? It's only his 4th ball
Yeah,
that he's faced Jake Bull, and he struck that beautifully.
first 6 of the innings.
Wow. That tells the story itself, doesn't it?
It does.
It was pretty short, that side.
Yeah.
What do you think that boundary is? It's 5 metres, do you think? Maybe less?
Yeah, potentially less. Bit of a breeze going in that direction too, isn't there, to help it on its way? And it certainly wasn't it was a nicely timed shot to get down there, but it certainly wasn't a full-blooded swing from Jake Bull. We could do with a cameo here from a Somerset perspective. Very slow turn, wasn't it, off the surface that time?
And again, this is a very easy shout from here. It hasn't just been plonked for 6, but I do think slower is your way to go here. Give him nothing to work with.
It was quicker and flatter.
Oh, what a hand that was. McSweeney at extra cover, I think, to his left. Phenomenal stop, because that ball was hammered by Jake Bull. He saved 4 runs there.
And well backed up by George Bartlett too, who ended up having a shot at the non-striker's end just in case Church hadn't made his ground back. Advance is gone.
There you go.
Ball
Slower.
runs straight past Chahal. Chahal gets his 3rd, and Somerset are all out here at the Sidge County ground for 185. It's Jake Bull, the last man to go for 7. Church will be the not-out batter with a score of 10. And I think, Phil Rowe, everybody would be in agreement that Somerset, having won the toss at 10:30 this morning and elected to have a bat first, would be considerably under the score that they thought they were going to be.
Yeah, massively. I mean, minimum of 60, short of where they would have anticipated. Batting didn't look easy, and a lot of that was down to the way that Northants bowled. Firstly, with the seamers, who got a stranglehold, bowled very tight, bowled dry. Didn't create that many opportunities. Tian Low went past the outside edge a few times, but didn't go for any runs, going at about 4.5. And then after the first 10 overs and a couple of short balls, got a couple of wickets for the seamers. And after that, then spin took over and continued to the same standard that the seamers had bowled. Catches were taken. I don't think Somerset did heaps wrong. They maybe, on reflection now, would have wanted to be a little bit positive against the seamers a little bit earlier, but it's easy to say that now we've seen it unfold.
Yep.
But for the large part, I would say that's the best bowling display in this competition I've seen from a Northants side for a long time.
Yeah, I would agree with you. We'll just go through the numbers from the scorecard before we break for lunch. Tom Lammonby was the top scorer for Somerset with 40. Then it was Josh Thomas with 26 and Johnny Connell at the top of the order with 22. The bowlers, Rob Keogh, the pick of them, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 35. Yuzvendra Chahal, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 35. There were 2 wickets for Luke Proctor and 1 for Dom Leach. So the Sidge County grounds here on Steelbacks TV. We will be back after the lunch break, where the Steelbacks will require 186 to beat Somerset.
So, it's going to be welcoming you onto the athlete. particularly if you're a younger cricket fan here on Family Day, supported by Brexit Forester. The one thing we will ask is, please go across to Central Square, and please keep yourself.
Search Cinch Servicing. Cinch Servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch Servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch Servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch Servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing.
Time to get the second innings underway. Target for the Steelbacks 186. Would you welcome back to the middle our umpires, Anthony Harris and Rob White. Led by Captain Lewis Goldsworthy, the fielding side for the second innings. Please welcome Somerset.
Welcome back to Steelbacks TV here at the Cinch County Grounds. So we're about to get underway for the second innings of this Metrobank One-Day Cup clash between the Steelbacks and Somerset. You're just joining us. Somerset were bowled out before lunch for 185. Tom Lammonby with a top score of 40, but certainly the headlines will be written about Rob Keogh's 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 35, and Yuzvendra Chahal's 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 35. So the Steelbacks require 186. And the openers, Gus Miller and Luke Proctor, make their way out to the middle with the Somerset 11. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. It was a good performance in the first half, Rowe.
Like I said just before we broke there, I think a lot of things went well, and overall it has to be, for me, the best all-round bowling performance I've seen from a Steelback side for quite in 50-over cricket for quite a long time. They didn't let Somerset get away, then picked up wickets as they came out of the power play with good seam options. And then the spinners bowled beautifully in tandem. All the chances were held. So, yeah, I mean, they couldn't do much better. I don't think Somerset did a lot wrong. The Steelbacks just didn't let Somerset get into the game.
Yeah, agreed. Looks like it's going to be Jake Ball to open the bowling from the David Capel end. 2 slips in place for Somerset in defence of their 185. Starts with good pace, but down the leg side. I mean, the currency here for Somerset in a simple equation is they've got to bowl Northants out.
Simple as that.
If Northants are batting in over number 50, they've won the game.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be a thrilling finish.
It certainly would. 2 out, obviously, in this opening 10 overs. That one down the leg side, tickled. And beat Church, the wicket keeper. Oh, it's leg byes, in fact.
Oh, wow. That
Sounded a very woody thigh pad, didn't it?
Really did, yeah.
Leg byes. Good start for the home team. I'd have made myself look like a right dipstick as a wicket keeper there, because I'd have gone up enormously had I got there.
Yeah. It did sound woody.
Nicely bowled. Good pace here for Jake Ball. Saw that in the first innings, that real kind of pace on start for Weatherall and Lowe caused Somerset some problems, asked some questions. He's going to be backed up nicely, isn't he, by Josh Shaw, who's no slouch himself with the ball. So it'll be a pretty lively opening spell from the pair of them. Nicked. There's something going wrong with my ears.
I heard a nick.
I thought
100%. Is someone clicking their fingers? Is that what's going on?
Somebody in the hospitality beneath us here in the commentary box.
I'm giving that out.
I think I probably would have done, but then I also would have given myself 4 for the one down the leg side as well.
Yeah,
so
ditto.
Big drive though from Miller. Short ball, Q ended, and that is out. He's definitely hit that one, we can say for certain. Miller never really there for that pull shot, and Jake Bull makes the early breakthrough. Somerset have got the Centurion from last weekend out without scoring. Steelbacks are 5 for 1.
Oh, it's a curious, a curious first 4 balls, isn't it? Well, 5 balls have been bowled. One of them was a wide. One went flying down the leg side off the thigh pad for 4 leg byes. Then there was one, a booming drive off a good length ball that he missed, that we both thought he hit. And then it was banged in, an attempted pull. Gus Miller was looking to pull that up and over square leg. Got it on the Q end of the bat, I think, and it just about reached Connell, who came in and took a good low catch. So what do you make of that?
Well, yeah, what do you make of it? I mean, it's not the ideal start, is it, for the Steelbacks in this run chase? We said just a moment ago, Somerset need wickets, and they got one of them straight away.
It's very soft.
Soft one. Pretty cheaply, yeah.
Yeah, it's a soft one.
Pretty cheaply, I would say. But a promotion here at number 3 today for Lewis McManus. Normally finds himself further down the order at number 7 or sometimes even number 8. He did very well down at Taunton at number 3 in the Blast, didn't he, in that defeat at the back end of the group stage. But he's been rewarded or tasked with a big opportunity here.
It is a big opportunity, yeah, and it'll be an opportunity that knowing Lewis a little, that he will really want to maximise. Works so hard on his batting, probably always, but certainly since he's been here at the county ground, he's worked very, very hard and has improved his batting as well.
Yeah, different role. I think that's what potentially makes this such a big opportunity and arguably confusing for some is that role clarity, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now he's got 181 runs to play with. Quite often he's walking out to bat when run rates required have climbed and he needs to get on with it, or he's at the back end of an innings and needs to accelerate. It's going to be something that he wouldn't have done for quite a while. End of the over, a good one, an interesting one for Somerset. 5 for 1. Ball with the wicket of Miller.
He's very experienced cricketer now, Lewis McManus, isn't he? He's played a long time, and it is a completely, as you said, Dan, it's a completely different role. He's very used to having a very simple game plan for a short period of time and playing that role, whatever that role is. This is very different. He's got the whole of the afternoon in front of him, the whole of the innings in front of him. Yeah. Now that could, for a younger player, create some kind of disturbance between the ears. But I think Lewis is a good cricket man. He's got a good cricket brain, a lot of experience. But yeah, it's a poor start, losing a softie in the first over. He wasn't really got out, Gus Miller, but good player of short bowling. But they didn't play that one particularly well.
Never got there, did he? Josh Shaw from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Luke Proctor elegantly whips him through mid-wicket for 4. Not much point running too hard after those. Proctor striking at 400, gets his innings away.
Very much a Luke Proctor shot, that, isn't it? Left-handed. The bowler's gone slightly too straight, in at Midland leg, over length as well, and no guarantee that's going to go for 4, but timed it beautifully. Didn't try to overhit it, did he? Pushed it into the gap.
Bit of flamboyance at the end as well, wasn't it? Width on offer. One man down there on the rope, so it'll just be one more. Wonder how quickly we'll see one of Jack Leach, Lewis Goldsworthy, or Archie Vaughan introduced into this game. Obviously, if these two seamers have a roaring start in this opening 10 overs, we could see some more seamer continuation of that here for Somerset. But we saw those 7 wickets fall for the 2 Steelback spinners. They've got 3 very good options in this Somerset 11 themselves. Short ball, top of the bounce. Is it going to carry? It does. Another one falls, and another one to the short ball. This time it's Lewis McManus, and he goes without scoring. Josh Shaw bangs it into the surface. Lewis McManus splices it up into the air, and it's another good catch in there on the leg sides. And the Steelbacks chasing down this low total of 186 are in a bit of disarray at the minute.
I mean, Gus Miller's dismissal was quite curious, and that one was just as curious. It was banged in. It didn't really get up particularly. It didn't look to misbehave. I know Lewis McManus gave the pitch a bit of an old-fashioned stare. I don't think the pitch was the issue. He just mistimed a pull shot. He was never for 1 second trying to get that ball down. He was only going up. And that's all very well if you middle it. But if it comes off the splice, it generally doesn't get out of the 30-metre circle. And that one didn't. It was nicely caught by the fielder at square leg running to his left. But it was in the air a long time. That's just a poorly executed option. I mean, why hit the ball up and over the infield at this off the back foot?
Mm-hmm.
Why not use the pace, get it square of the wicket, and you get 2. On a good day, you get 4. I just think. I mean, to be what's the word? Full disclosure. We talked in the break, and I said there's an argument for being a little bit more positive in the power play.
Yeah.
But I didn't mean trying to take pull shots on off the bails up and over the infield. I didn't see that. 10 for 2.
2 catches for Connell. Nathan McSweeney in at number 4.
It's just very odd cricket. Just two dismissals. Kind of, it's difficult to say out of nowhere. There's only been 10 balls. But 2 guys not got out, but just out. Just hitting the ball up in the air and walking off. It's very curious. It's a sort of dismissal you don't see very often, that kind of clothing it so badly. And then 2 in 10 balls is odd.
10 for 2. Steelbacks. Somerset on the hunt. It's going to go past the wicketkeeper Church. Sweeney will settle on 1. Leg by. It's kind of quieting the crowd down a fraction, hasn't it, here at the Cinch County Ground?
It has. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure it's livened up the viewers from the southwest who may not have been quite so positive at the end of the first innings.
The short ball did cause some discomfort in the Somerset innings, didn't it?
Yeah.
Lammonby had a flap at one and came off his forearm. Good appeal, not out. And it did for Johnny Connell, I think, the short ball.
Mm-hmm.
But they were real banged in. They were bumpers. And those 2 dismissals there weren't really bumpers. One was sort of lower ribs and the other one was kind of waist high.
Yeah.
Not the sort of ball that really should cause certainly 1 wicket, let alone 2 wickets. But there we go.
Yep, there we go. 11 for 2 after 2 overs.
The 2 very experienced Northants batters in at the moment, the 2 most experienced batters in the team.
Oh, it's bounced, isn't it? And it's ripped the glove off or ripped the hand off the bat for Nathan McSweeney, who really does give, as you call it, an old-fashioned stare back to the surface.
Well, that did misbehave. Yeah. That's just trapped his fingers against the bat handle. Because that spat. That did spit at the batter.
Jake Ball with his tail up. Into that length again, and McSweeney this time is able to guide it down there for a single.
Feels like some lubrication has been taken, some hydration.
Some refreshing beverages.
Some cold ones.
What a way to spend a glorious Sunday afternoon. Bright blue skies here in Northampton. Sat in the sunshine or in the shade. Down the leg side.
It's a strange atmosphere in the ground. Or is it me? It feels a bit odd.
In what regard?
It's just kind of like, I think everyone's a bit stunned, Dan. That's by those 2 early dismissals. Somerset are very much in this.
It's gone square. Should be at least 2. It's a long chase out there. Brilliantly well fielded, well picked up. Lamy, I believe it's out there patrolling the leg side boundary. Yeah, it is. It is. It's hushed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
At the moment.
Yeah. Could cut the atmosphere with a knife. The wind's picked up. Look at the flags going over there.
Solid by Luke Proctor.
I expect to see more short balls because in the first innings they were effective. They did cause some problems. And
Still got to be a surprise, though, haven't they?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you don't want to waste the ball by hammering it into the middle of the wicket. That's for sure. But the odd one.
Into the hip. Good opportunity here for both McSweeney and Proctor to. Not that I think Nathan McSweeney would ever be out of form. It doesn't feel like that kind of cricketer. But just to, regardless of whatever happens today, but to spend some time in the middle, get the body moving well. As we get to the back end of this, there's one game after this, isn't there, for the Steelbacks in the Metrobank One Day Cup away from Cinch County ground.
Well played.
Just to get things moving in a nice way, in a nice fashion.
Yeah, it'd be nice to go back into the championship with a few runs, wouldn't it? It doesn't matter about the format. Runs are runs.
Yeah, time in the middle. Bit of confidence, end of another over. 16 for 2 after 3. Takes him down that 186.
He has been light of runs in this. I mean, he's not had a bad tournament, I'd say.
Yeah.
Nathan McSweeney. But I thought he would score an enormous amount of runs as captain in this tournament, and it hasn't.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened.
Agreed. He's not dominated in the way that you would expect your box office overseas number 4 to do.
No, I think that's entirely fair. I mean, the whole batting lineup has been short of runs, hasn't it? We've talked about that earlier. The kind of predominance of scores around 250 tells us that. And I think one of the things that all teams, I think every team will talk about before they go into this competition, they'll talk about hundreds from the top 5, because that gets you into it. That's when you can get out of sight scores. When your top 5 gets 100, bat around that, people coming in with a platform can play freely earlier than they might otherwise do. And you end up sort of 350, 360, 360, that kind of number. And I think Northampton have had so few hundreds that that has been the story of their batting campaign, at least.
Inside edge. Down to Jake Ball for just the one. Very well fielded by the experienced seamer down there on the rope. If there's a sniff at 2, Nathan McSweeney will be coming back for it, won't he? But yeah, you're right. It has been few and far between. Well, we've had Gus Millers here, haven't we? We've had a handful of 50s from McSweeney and from Bartlett.
Yes, it's hard to criticise George Bartlett because he's regularly got 50. But I mean, I'm going to, because he should have converted at least one of those.
Yeah.
Probably 2 or 3 of them. Good enough player to do that. So by no means has he, like McSweeney, by no means had a bad campaign, but he will know that if you turn a couple of those into hundreds, then Northampton would have had more W's than L's.
Still the 2 slips in place for Somerset. Very much on the hunt, aren't they, with this new ball? I think probably at a similar stage, Northampton had already vacated George Bartlett from second slip into a catching cover or a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, definitely. But I like this, Dan, personally. As we said earlier, they're going to have to get wickets. Already got 2, but they're going to have to get wickets. Don't want to get an edge and it fly through second slip.
Yeah, if you get driven through the covers for 4, you just say good shot, don't you?
Absolutely.
You've got to take those chances if and when they come. Just like that.
Shot.
You just have to say good shot, don't
You
you?
have to say good shot, and that was a good shot.
Luke Proctor at his very best.
It is Luke Proctor at his very best. That's gone a long way in front of square, crossing the boundary well past the bowler's stumps. And generally, Procky drives a bit squarer than that. So for him to get it that straight, that's a really good shot from him. He's moving well.
Yeah, he loves a run down, doesn't he, Crocky?
He does.
Down to deep third, and as you say, square of the wicket. Just where I think Kian Roberts is making his way back to, just a backward point. End of the over, 22 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, the one thing is that they have put the bad ball away, haven't they? That was just over length, slightly over length from Josh Shaw, and was well dealt with. Partially dealt with, you might say, by Proctor, but they are scoring. You've got to keep scoring, even if you're losing wickets. You've got to keep scoring, got to keep positive. There's plenty of time to rebuild, so it's not about trying to score 8, 10 and over. But if you get a bad ball, you have to put it away. Stay positive. And that means you're moving well. If you're moving well, you're in a good position to defend the good ball as well. It's pulled up a little bit strangely after that delivery. Jake Ball, I hope he has not tweaked anything. I don't think he has.
He's just holding his
No,
hip, isn't he, as his way back.
That's the sign that physios worry about. That kind of left hand on left hip for a right hand bowler is not a good sign. That's where a number of back injuries will find themselves. Certainly, experienced Jake will really completed his action there just to test it. Is it a problem, or is it just a little pinch of something? I think it's just a little pinch. I think it's probably okay.
I hope so, because I'm enjoying this from Jake Ball. As you say, very, very experienced, isn't he?
He's a fine bowler.
Nice shot down the ground. Can't get it past that fielder. Goldsworthy moving very, very well to go and swoop around and pick that one up. Yeah, as you say, it's a cricketer at the time that he left Nottinghamshire raised a few eyebrows that Nottinghamshire were, I don't know whether happy to let him go would be the right way to describe it, but so he's got an added real value to this Somerset squad in the years that he's been down in the West Country.
I think there's a bit of a, I don't know if it's a policy or a strategy down there. I'll come back to that.
Nice shot again, stylish.
You know, Yorkshire, Jack Brooks left, was Northants lad. He left Northants to go to Yorkshire.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, Jack Brooks, one of the very best. And Yorkshire offered him an extension, but he wanted another year. He wanted 3. And Somerset were able to do that. And so Jack went down there and performed really well for them during his time there. And I think they're willing to do that, particularly, it seems particularly for seam bowlers. So they've got a view that's maybe slightly different to the mainstream, and not totally unconventional. But it seems that it's happened a few times now. Jake Ball will be another one. Josh Shaw might be another one. Don't know the full detail of the exact, ins and outs of it all, but where Somerset seem prepared to give that slightly unhappy bowler the extra year or whatever it might be, because they see longevity.
Nicely bowled, nicely played, square drive. McSweeney played 3 very, very nice shots, the third one of which he's rewarded with the boundary. 26 for 2 at the end of the 5th. Yeah, and I think when you speak particularly about Jack Brooks and Jake Ball, Jack Brooks, as you say, cracking human being, but has moved into coaching, isn't he? He's part of that Surrey setup now.
Yeah.
with that second 11. And you mentioned the unhappy bowler. I don't know, unhappy, I'm not sure, but it's certainly towards the senior part of their career. How much value do they add?
Just looking to stay in the game, you know?
Yeah.
And it must be great when a county does that and says, no, come on, come on, Brooke, we'll have you, Brooke. We think you manage your body well, you do the right things, you're a good professional, your injury record is good. We're happy to give you that extra year.
Yeah.
That must give you a heck of a boost.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, would you mind having a chat with a couple of our youngsters to impart some of that knowledge and wisdom and learning that you've gone through over your career as well?
I think Jack Brooks will become an exceptional coach. And the biggest ingredient, and there's many, to make an exceptional coach, he really cares about cricketers. Just a good guy, just a good guy. And one of the funniest guys as well. A hilarious individual. Occasionally, intentionally so. No, he's a good man. Came into the game late, 25 when Northampton signed him.
Indeed.
Yeah, Oxfordshire.
Trialing around before that?
Yeah, he had been, yeah. And you look at what he did in the game as a professional cricketer, and it's kind of astonishing, really, that he wasn't in the game earlier. Someone else didn't take a punt on him because he was a fantastic bowler. There's a partnership building, isn't there? These two need to stay together for 20 overs. I think if they do that, they've broken the back of it. It's by no means done and dusted. That's good again from Luke Proctor, defending that very straight back to mid-off.
Yeah, I agree. It's a partnership here. Those 2 wickets have nullified and taken away the option that you mentioned in the break about going a little bit harder in those opening 10 overs. That's not really an option now, is it, with Miller and McManus back in the sheds without scoring? This is a massive partnership, 2 incredibly experienced cricketers. The other thing that's nice as well for the partnership is a left-hand, right-hand combination, which those ancient cliches that makes it harder for bowlers. But then Somerset will have a look at it, won't they? And they'll go, well, we can break this one. George Bartlett, they'll know a lot about George Bartlett and how he goes about his cricket. And I'm sure they'll have plans for George that other counties won't have. Rob Keogh, not been a regular in at 6. Flicks into the leg side and they do scamper through for a single on the misfield. So there's a thought. Stuart van der Merwe early in the game looks very exciting. You've got Van der Merwe at 7. You've got Leach, Weatherall, Chahal and Lowe starting at number 8. They'll have an eye on that scorecard and they'll think quite positively about where they find themselves at the moment with 27 for 2.
Yeah, agreed. The quicker they break this, they get into some of those middle order. And then, as you say, there's a little bit of a tail there. It's not exactly an anaconda, but it's not produced a great deal of runs between the 4 guys down there. Oh, yeah, and Jake Ball just kind of, I love that. The ball came out of the middle of the bat. Let's say that for a start. But Jake Ball's hand went up and, and he had a little look at Rob White. And what he was saying to Rob White was, if he misses that, are you giving that out? It did look very straight, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. And I think it possibly went squarer than Proctor was aiming for as well. Just turned that bat handle a little bit quicker than what he intended. But he's still there, 27 for 2. That one nice and straight. Brilliantly stopped by Jake Ball off his own bowling. There's a bit of insult to injury that as well, isn't it? As the ball rolls back to Luke Proctor, who just underarms it back to the bowler and just says, well done. Off you go.
Well fielded.
Yeah.
Take the skin off your knees with you.
So he's wringing his hands, isn't he, as he makes his way back down to the... See, this is where I don't think I'd make a very good fast bowler if I could bowl quick, because I just want to get a bit of revenge here. To be fair,
He does bang it in.
I would say great minds think alike, but I don't think I can claim that. Very well run. 2 for Luke Proctor.
Yeah, we should just give a mic to the guy in the crowd there. Good running, he said. He's, yeah, covered it. Unlike Miller and McManus, Luke Proctor got that down very quickly, didn't he?
He did.
Very quickly.
Very different style of cricketer, though, isn't he? He'll be looking to impose himself.
Good run.
In a very different manner than someone than Lewis McManus.
Looks on it, Proc.
Yeah.
He really looks on it. Very positive in defence and very, very positive in attack as well. And that was a very good run.
It's back in his position, isn't it?
Yeah.
White ball cricket through the summer, he's batted down at number 8, maybe number 9. He's an opening batter. Obviously, the Steelbacks coaching setup through this one-day cup, wanting to go for Vasconcelos and Miller at the top of the order. It's a very, very stylish and very talented top order batter, Luke Proctor. So I see he went through 10,000 career runs in that last game as well, didn't he?
That's right.
In the air.
Down. Oof.
Yes, just past.
That'll be 4.
Fielder at square leg. It is going to be 4 for McSweeney. Not without a bit of risk associated, though. Good end to the over. 34 for 2 after 7.
Not for the first time today. We see a boundary off the 6th ball of the over. It might have been that might be the 3rd time in 7 overs that's been the case. And that just leaks energy. You know, they've kind of won that over, have Somerset, really. 5 balls. They've kind of won that over, and then to go for a pretty cheap leg side boundary off the 6th ball just leaks energy. It really does hinder you kind of getting a squeeze on and making it a little bit uncomfortable out there. Northants haven't missed out on boundary scoring opportunities. But as we say, this is vital. I think for me, the success of this partnership, probably there'll be other factors as well, but this is by far the single biggest factor. If this partnership is successful, I think Northants have an excellent chance, every chance of winning the game. Yeah. If it's not successful, it quickly, for me, gets closer to 50-50. That's how important this is, I think.
Yeah, I think particularly with the way that ball turned off the surface.
Talked about confidence earlier, and Northants are not a confident team in this campaign. Only a couple of wins under their belt so far.
Nice shot down the ground. Might get past Lewis Goldsworthy. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, I would say they bowled and fielded like a team that were top of the table.
Yeah, they did.
To be fair,
it was a great performance. Yeah.
Steelbacks, I think would be fair to say, over the last, well, probably 5 years, have been guilty of trying or needing to take 13 or 14 wickets at times in an innings, but that whole performance there was clinical from start to finish. That there wasn't really a blink in that at all. More on it that time from Proctor, but not able to get it past. That's Josh Thomas, isn't it, at short mid-wicket, who's moved out from second slip.
Last couple of years of watching Proc, he's playing straighter and straighter and straighter, isn't he? Great signing. Luke Proctor came from Lancashire, where he did everything. He batted in every position pretty much. Certainly opened the batting at times in Division 1 for Lancashire and opened the bowling. Well played. Won the championship with them and then became available. And certainly I know conversations between David Ripley and myself didn't last very long in terms of, do we want to make an offer for this guy?
Yeah.
And then it was a case of getting the sort of the deal right. We got him on a 3-year deal, and the rest is history.
And not look back. Good bit of business and good bit of timing as well to get those extensions in place when they've needed to be extended for Luke Proctor. Obviously the championship winner for Lancashire, and now he's a Blast winner for the Steelbacks as well. And
Fantastic.
played a huge part.
Oh, didn't he just?
In that finals day performance in both the semi-final and the final. Certainly probably wouldn't have been the first name on the team sheet going into those 2 games, but David Willey and Darren Lehman saw it slightly differently and entrusted Luke Proctor to do the job, and rewarded the Steelbacks fans and coaching staff with a trophy over at Edgbaston, and that's a nice way to end the over. 2 straight from shore, and Proctor is not going to miss out on that.
6 full boundaries, a killer. It was Shaw came over the wicket there for that last ball. He'd been round the wicket exclusively before that to Proctor. Came over the wicket for reasons that he's now, I'm sure, asking himself, why did I do that? Bowled a hit ball, and Luke doesn't miss many of those, Luke Proctor. Most left-handers don't.
No, definitely not. I think we're going to look at a bit of spin here, Rowie.
I think we are.
In the power play, it's going to be Jack Leach to replace Jake Ball from the David Capel ends. McSweeney on 10, Proctor on 21. So that left arm orthodox of Jack Leach that you and I were both incredibly complimentary of in the first innings whilst he was batting, we get to watch in the flesh, and potentially a little bit earlier than what we thought.
Quite like it. I quite like it. Obviously, with it being the 9th over, he's going to bowl 1 over in the power play. That means there've got to be 7 bodies inside the circle. So getting off strike won't be easy. So as well as letting him settle, you might get a cheap over out of it. There is the other option. I'm sure is not on Nathan McSweeney's mind, which is, I could get 2 or 3 cheap boundaries here. I'm sure he's not thinking that way. He'll just play what's in front of him and try and understand what the surface offers to Jack Leach.
Starts on the money.
That was flat.
Yeah.
That was flat.
It's quite direct, wasn't it?
It was.
A little bit more flight on it that time. Very experienced cricketer, Jack Leach. I'm sure he would have had an eye on how Rob Keogh bowled in that innings and saw the way he went about getting the assistance off the surface. So far, he's trying to push Nathan McSweeney onto the back foot, isn't he?
McSweeney had a little shuffle down, didn't he? Second ball. Just not letting him settle. That's experience, that. That could go for 4.
Yeah, beats that fielder at mid-wicket. It's going to be a sharp chase. Does well, keeps it inside the rope. McSweeney gets 2. Wild throw back in. Eventually backed up. I hope that's not somebody's barbecue that's gone horrendously wrong over in the background of the heavy sweep.
Yeah, I did notice that earlier, some black smoke.
It's well cremated sausages, isn't it? And chicken wings. Again, quick and flat from Leach.
Yeah, it's coming from the area of the General Hospital, actually, for those Northamptonians listening. Odd.
I think that would probably be the pace that you'd want to bowl at on this surface as a finger spinner. Good end to the over, good over all round for Jack Leach. 40 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, I think he'll vary around that, won't he? There'll be a couple quicker, and I think he might bowl a few more a little bit slower. That'll be his stock. That last ball will be his stock, I think. It's one of the skills of spin bowlers. Every wicket's slightly different. It's working out which pace to bowl, what pace to bowl on which pitch. Jack Leach has got plenty of experience. He'll work that out pretty quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah, Josh Shaw continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So it's 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16 for Shaw. Jake Ball finished with 4 overs, 1 for 17 from his spell. David Capelem with the new ball. Somerset just taking their time to get the field in the position that they'd like it to be. Short ball, and Luke Proctor will feel like he's missed out. Though he would have struggled to have got it past a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and another short mid-wicket, wouldn't he?
He would. I think Josh Thomas is getting a bit of stick from his mates because he was on the deep square leg boundary before that ball was bowled, which would have been a no ball because he would have been the third man out of the circle. Glad to let him know about it in a very friendly way.
Inside edge that time to one of those fielders on the leg side. So tactic here for sure is to be bowling incredibly straight to Luke Proctor. Trying to find that spot, isn't he? Just to get the ball to hold in the surface for Proctor to be early on the shot.
Just lost his shape a little bit on that last delivery, Luke. Looking to hit pretty straight again. Something I've seen from him over the years, it can be a little, maybe a little casual sometimes on the push drive. Other than those 6-ball boundaries, actually, the amount of balls scored off per over has shrunk considerably.
Yeah.
And it's just the boundaries that have kept the board ticking. The run rate's down at 4.2 at the moment. There have been very few balls scored off in the last 3 or 4 overs. You know, 1 or maybe 2 per over. And a bit like Northants did, Somerset starting to get a bit of a grip on the run rate. That's over the head.
That's going to be a wide, isn't it? On for Josh Shaw to reload and bowl again. Yeah, as you say, if it wasn't for those 6-ball boundaries, for those consecutive overs, Steelbacks would be well up against it at this stage of the game.
Neither side has found batting particularly easy, have they? The wicket doesn't look like it's got massive demons in it.
No, and I mean, visually from a distance, it doesn't. It looks exactly the same as what it did a week ago.
Yeah.
Obviously, it will have changed a bit, won't it? But it does look the same. And to the naked eye as well, it's not exactly... It doesn't look like it's bouncing slightly more than you'd expect. It doesn't look like it's holding. It doesn't look like it's skidding through any quicker than what you might think it would do. It turns, which I think raised an eyebrow. Don't think we were expecting that, but nice shot off the back foot, creates the angle through point. Long chase out towards the supporters club. Somerset win the race, and Luke Proctor with Nathan McSweeney complete the third.
That's one of the rare balls that have gone square of the wicket. Talked a lot about Luke Proctor playing straight. Well, he's played straight because he's had to play straight because the ball has been bowled very straight. Very, good discipline from the Somerset bowlers, as you'd expect from 2 very experienced seamers. Ball and Shaw stuck to their task pretty well. Very much a ringed field, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a squeeze, isn't it? For Somerset to end the power play. So if they want to, they will be able to get a few more fielders outside that 30-yard circle. End of the first 10 overs. Steelbacks are 44 for 2, chasing down 186. They require 142 from the remaining 40 overs.
Be interesting in this to see how Lewis Goldsworthy alongside Jack Leach decide to set the field here. If they open too many gaps, given that Northants only need a required rate of 3.5 to chase this score down, it'll be too easy for them to rotate.
Yep.
And so they've got to block off the obvious boundary options whilst also not letting the batters get off strike and rotate too easily. So that's a conundrum really for the captain. Defending a low score, always going to be the case. Let's see how we start off then as this first over of the power play.
Starting with 4 out.
Yeah, he is, yeah. Three on the leg side on the boundary. And 1 man on the cover boundary. So there are gaps. Very, very, very accurate is Jack Leach. Wow. I'd have won money on that one, I think. Luke Proctor tucking the spinner off his pads behind square and running up the other end is something you see a lot as a Northamptonshire supporter. An extra fielder coming into the ring now for McSweeney. Is there a slip going to go in? So a fielder comes in. So we've got 2 men on the offside boundary, a man at point and a long off, and just 1 on the leg side boundary at deep backward square. And I suspect that Nathan McSweeney will take the attack with moderate risk to Jack Leach. He won't want to be on strike for too long. Little bit of width on offer. On a bad day, you nick that to the keeper. On a good day, you nick it past slip for 4. Somerset have got a difficult task on their hands here. So plugging the boundary options, the obvious boundary options, isn't necessarily the difficulty. It's stopping the rotation when they've got a very much under par score. And one of the other problems is the experience of this Northamptonshire pair. McSweeney and Proctor is such that they'll be happy just to rotate. They won't necessarily need to take boundary options. Don't need to create too much. I guess that last ball is a very good example of that. Another man in the ring. They probably don't get a run there, but then it does mean boundary option is available. McSweeney taking the single. Leach round the wicket to Proctor. Balls 2, tucks it square of the wicket. They're only going to get 1. Jake Ball, I think, Jake Ball very, very quick off the square leg boundary. Picked it up one-handed and threw a thunderbolt of a throw-in. That was all after the second run had been declined, but what he's doing there is sending a very clear message. Don't take my arm on, because you'll regret it if you do. Very good outfielder, Jake Ball. So 11 overs gone, 49 for 2. Partnership approaching 40 as these two have just kind of got themselves in quite quietly. McSweeney's on 14 of 24 balls. Proctor's been there just a little bit longer, 27, 35 balls. We're going to see a change of bowling, though, from the Lynn Wilson end. Cian Roberts for the first time we've seen him. That's such a strong area, isn't it, for Luke Proctor? Gentle applause for the 50 for Northants. Just turns it off his pads, very rarely misses there.
Yeah, it's an easy option, a safe one, isn't it? Be a bit of pressure here on Cian Roberts. We were very complimentary of those first and second change seam bowling options for the Steelbacks this morning. Can Roberts back up Shaw and Ball? On first viewing, doesn't look like he has the same speed gun capabilities as Josh Shaw and Jake Ball.
No, he's more at the medium pace end, as he's a young lad. He's not going to get any slower, I would think, for the next few years at least. But accuracy is going to be one of his attributes, I suspect. Reminds me a little bit of Gus Miller in that sort of pace. Maybe Gus just hits the wicket slightly harder, possibly. It's interesting how you see this game. I think oftentimes depends on which colour you're wearing. Somerset will feel they're coming second at the moment, and they probably are if I'm trying to be objective about it. But from Northant's perspective, you kind of think we don't need to lose another wicket now. You know, as you said in the first innings, Dan, if 50 for 2 becomes 54, and with Northants maybe a batter light in this particular 11, then suddenly Somerset are right back in the game. But they do need a wicket. That's a beautiful cricket shot. Wow, he's hit that hard. So much of Nathan McSweeney's cricket I find enjoyable.
It all looks very easy, doesn't it?
It does.
Very simple.
Yeah. Do you know, and he is experienced. He's an international cricketer, so he is experienced, but he's still only 26.
Yeah, which is remarkable, isn't it?
Plays like an old boy. And Luke Proctor taking advantage of a leg side ball. How many times have we seen him do that? And it's another 6-ball boundary. That's the 4th in the 12 overs that have gone so far. And that's, you know, getting into the over, the bowling coaches will be talking to the youngsters about get into the over and you get out of the over. And then in the middle, you kind of do your work in the middle there. And they have not got out of the over well as a unit so far. Somerset.
Yeah.
55 for 2 after 12. That takes Proctor onto a very quietly accumulated 37. McSweeney's on strike for the next over from Leach. He's on 15.
Yeah, it's a partnership, isn't it? It's a partnership that wins this game for the Steelbacks. The highest partnership in that first innings was that of the first wicket for Somerset, 53. This one now is worth, well, it's in the 40s.
45, yeah.
45. One partnership makes a huge difference here. You'd think with the experience of the pair of them and with the fact that, 3.5 runs on over required with 4 fielders on the rope, it'll be pretty risk-free cricket, or it should be for McSweeney and Proctor.
There'll be a head coach in there thinking, just milk it, just milk. Milk the bowling. And that's how you do it. The last 2 balls are a great illustration. 2 balls, 2 singles. Do that twice more during the over. You're ahead of the game.
Yeah, we don't need the inside-out 6 over cover.
We don't want it.
As tempting as it might be.
No interest in that. It'd be great if he pulled it out now, wouldn't it?
She said he's played this game before. Nathan McSweeney, he will know exactly what's required here.
No surprise that I'm about to say I do think they have to squeeze a bit. They need a wicket. They've got one of their best bowlers on at the moment, and we know that spin was very effective. They are bringing another fielder, and there we go, on cue. In comes mid wicket. Okay. Just to block that easy turn into the leg side from Proctor. Good. That's exactly what was needed. Make him work harder to get off strike. Oh, and Luke Proctor's response was a slog sweep. And it was as though Jack Leach has played this game before, because he fired that one in. He thought there might be a response from Proctor. It was a nice little byplay there. Enjoyed that. Normal services resume. Proctor turns off his pad for a single.
Yeah, he still finds that gap in the leg side, doesn't he?
He does.
Despite the attempt to plug it. Are they going to go one extra inside the circle for McSweeney as well. I think
They are,
aren't they?
yeah. They have had that with the extra man being the slip for McSweeney. He's called 2. He might even get 4. He's timed that so well through extra cover. And he is going to get 4. My goodness me. That could be shot of the day.
Yeah, that gets you all excited in places, doesn't it? That kind of cricket shot. I mean,
what a shot that is.
Effortless, effortless cricket shot that was from McSweeney.
It was a kind of block 2, wasn't it? It was a firm block 2. And actually, mid-off's out there, covers on the boundary. It was right between them. Neither of them got very close to stopping it as it raced away for 4. And another 6-ball boundary. I'll stop pointing it out because it's getting boring even to me. But it's happened far too many times.
Longest pocket of the ground as well, up the gradient too.
Oh, and that's a gimme. That's short ball on the hip. And Luke Proctor's not going to turn that down. So Kian Roberts has gone back-to-back boundaries. Is he going to think about changing his angle? He's struggled to get the ball away from leg stump, really, to the left-hander from over the wicket. He's up against it in this over now. Been gone for 4 first ball. Well, that's with the field that's set, the plan seems to be to bowl very straight at Proctor, but from over the wicket, you're not going to get him out LBW. And he doesn't miss many in there. So he's happy with his overs work so far, Luke Proctor. 4 and 1, the partnership. Past 50 quite a while ago, actually. And that's short back foot punched into the ground up and over the backward point, who made quite a brave but despairing attempt to stop it. McSweeney hits the ball so hard with such little effort. That's 9 off the first 3 balls, and Kian Roberts paying the price there. 2 straight to the left-hander and a little bit too wide there to the right-hander. That's a very good diving stop at extra cover. Don't think that ball would have gone for 4, but it would have been 2, possibly 3. Great effort by the fielder extra cover. He's got tubey grip on both arms to protect the elbows, but it was just the impact of hitting the ground hard, I think, has jarred his arm there.
Yeah, straight into that wicket end as well, wasn't it?
It was. Where's the wicket coming from? That's the question the captain needs to ask and answer. How am I going to get a wicket? And I think sorry, Dan, you give me your answer and I'll give you my answer.
I think it's an unnatural squeeze at this stage of the game, and you're looking for user error, I think.
Yeah.
Particularly with these 2 in the middle.
Brilliant fielding on the boundary. Had to tumble. He had to come to his left. I think it's Josh Thomas out there, and did a barrel roll, got up and got the ball away, and even McSweeney couldn't come back for a second, but it's 10 off the over. 73 for 2. Yes, Dan, sorry, you were telling me.
Yeah, I think I say it's an unnatural squeeze because I don't think it's something you would expect in the 14th over, but kind of feels like you've got to almost risk just having 2 sweepers out like you would in that power play and just try and force the equation because you're not defending 186.
I totally agree. That's a leading edge, but it's going to get McSweeney off strike. Yeah, you've got to, without being completely reckless, and you've got to try and make these guys do something they don't want to do. And you've only got, they need 3 and over. You're probably not even going to do that, but you've got to try.
Yeah.
So the unnatural squeeze, and they have done that. There's another man in the ring again for Luke Proctor. So 6 fielders in the circle.
Yeah, and I think I think I'd look at Jake Ball here, a deep backward square to bring into the 30-yard circle. And if it's a case of going, well, Luke Proctor hit over the top,
yeah,
that's something that Luke Proctor doesn't want to do.
I agree. Yeah. And if he gets a couple away, fine. What have you lost?
Not a lot.
No. You're going to finish the game and over sooner than you may have done. Yeah. And this is the conversation, I think, that's going on between the bowler and the captain. It's a very difficult job because you're right up against it. Proctor has come down the wicket, chipped it over the infield. He's not going to get 4. It's going to be cut off on the edge of the boundary. They're going to get 3. McSweeney was late to recognise they were going to get 3. I don't know whether he thought it had gone for 4.
But I think that the outcome of that shot for Luke Proctor, I think, highlights the exact thing, isn't it? It's not his natural game.
Yeah, absolutely dead right.
Shimmy down to it, got to the pitch of the ball, but I think the natural way that that bat face kind of closes for Luke Proctor didn't find the middle of the bat and then therefore didn't find the boundary.
Yeah, and another day could have easily gone to mid-wicket for a catch. Yeah, I think you're absolutely 100% right. So Somerset did the right thing there. That Proctor was just about good enough to cope with that. They made him do something he didn't want to do, which was chip it over the extra fielder, but he did. Just got it over his head. Games within games. And that done, that said, they've now gone back to the defensive man who's gone back out on that line.
And Luke Proctor's going to play that all day, isn't he?
He is. He is. Sometimes he can just lose awareness of where his stumps are when he does that. He goes across a long, long way sometimes, as he did there. Latter ball to get out of the over. So that's 15 done. 79 for 2. This partnership now worth, what's that, 69?
Highest partnership of the game. By a fair way as well in comparison to
change of bowling. So Kean Roberts, or is he back? I think he's off. I think Archie Vaughan is going to come on at the Lynn Wilson end. Kean Roberts went for 10 in his second over. Yeah, so Archie Vaughan, who bowls off spin, and in the eyes of many judges, bowls it very well. He's the latest Somerset bowler to come and try and get a wicket for his captain, for his team, get them back into this game. Just 107 more runs needed at the moment, and 210 balls in which to get them. Let's have a look at the field. There's a backward point, a man on the cover boundary, a short extra cover, an extra cover mid-off, who is halfway to the boundary, neither on the edge of the ring nor on the boundary. An attempted sweep. Half an appeal. It goes down the leg side just for a one leg by. Yeah, so the guy at mid-off is an interesting place. He's going to go back. For the right-hander, he's come back to long on. He's going to be on the boundary edge. McSweeney's got 3 men on the offside saving a single, a man on the point boundary, 3 men on the leg side boundary, long on deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, a man at mid-wicket and a man on the 45.
and it's all quite ordinary at the moment, isn't it? Quite sensible.
It's flat. It's a bit flat, isn't it? I think it's a little bit flat. I think that's a very, very wise call of no from Nathan McSweeney there.
Yeah, I would agree. And to be fair, chasing down 186 in a 50 over game, it should should be quite a business-like performance, shouldn't it, for any team?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Yeah, totally agree with that. Yeah, I mean, although 2 early wickets in this inning, and obviously being bowled out for 185, you'd have a look at the pitch. I don't think that there's anything wrong with this pitch at all. Oh, Luke Proctor started to shape up to sweep that, paddle sweep it, I think. And then it was a little bit fuller than he thought. It was a bit of an ungainly push to mid-wicket in the end. So moral victory to the bowler. He concludes his first over with a flatter, faster ball. Just blocked down the wicket. Yeah, the 2 early wickets were curious, weren't they, for Northants? Just sort of nothing dismissals, really.
Didn't really kind of follow the script, if I'm honest. I think both of the batters, as you said about Lewis McManus, not interested in trying to keep it down. I don't think Gus Miller was either.
No.
I think they were both looking for sixes to get themselves going. And maybe there is just that little bit of extra, or I don't want to call it uneven bounce or uneven pace, because I don't think it's that, but maybe there's just a fraction in it that's making that shorter ball difficult to line up.
Well, that's nicely bowled by Jack Leach. But again, very easy to get off strike, wasn't it? Nathan McSweeney, regulation 4 defensive, bat faced slightly open non-contact, dropped the ball square on the offside, and they're through on the nod for the single. Good cricket, this. Good basic cricket. That's all that these two need to do. Somerset don't have many cards to play here, really. They've tried to squeeze, and maybe they could try a little bit longer. And round the wicket again, Jack Leach. And rinse and repeat, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, the question, I guess, is the protection of net run rate for Somerset. If of course, they're not going to go on and be victorious here, how important could that be for, say, a final qualification spot for a quarter-final? But I think they, in theory, with their best possible chance, obviously would have been winning today and then winning in the week.
Yeah.
Winning in the week, only winning in the week, would rely on some other results going their way, I think.
Yeah, take it deep is not a bad option, is it? You are, in terms of winning the game, if your strategy is we're going to take it as deep as we can, you are then relying purely on these two making a bit of a howling error. And I wouldn't say that's impossible. I definitely wouldn't say it's impossible, but I think it's unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, you've watched enough cricket to know that even the very best in the world have got a user error moment up their sleeve at any moment.
Absolutely. Theo Lamy's right boot came into his to his aid there. It escaped his hands. It got a short barrier of a right foot on that. Well, I got both hands on that. That's a good stop, tumbling away to his right. But it's a bit flat out there, and that's understandable. It's one of the every format's got its downsides, and one of the downsides is if the first innings is a low score, and the second innings has got a partnership in it, then it can go flat for a while. And from Northant's perspective, they hope it stays flat until they all walk off together. But Archie Vaughan wants to have something to say about that. Didn't have a great day with the bat today. So he will want to make a contribution with the ball in hand. Particularly if he can pick up the very, very big scalp of Nathan McSweeney.
neither of them yet, Leach or Vaughan, have settled on that pace that
No.
Keogh bowled.
No, they've both bowled.
Not really tried it either.
I think they've both bowled a bit quick.
Mm.
A little bit quick.
That was a better pace from Archie Vaughan. I say better, a pace that had been successful earlier today.
Mm-hmm. I'm feeling a sweep. Proctor sweeping. Oh, I thought that might be it. I think he was setting up for that. That was held back nicely. Just subtle variation there from Archie Vaughan. Proctor's just ticking a wee bit. He's looking a little bit more animated at the crease. Down the wicket there. Hit it so badly that he got a single to mid-on because it didn't really reach mid-on. Right off the bottom of the bat. Nathan McSweeney having a look at the leg side field. He does like an orthodox square sweep, McSweeney. He also likes a push drive. He's got one away there just for a single.
And a well-paced run as well, wasn't it?
Good run.
Kind of just the right pace to encourage Josh Shaw to have a shot at the stumps.
That's the 3. Nothing's happened this over. That's the 3 runs that Northants need per over. That's how their task is. A half stop, good half stop by Archie Vaughan, but it can't prevent the run. In fact, he encouraged the run, took the pace out of the ball. So that's the end of the 18th over. 88 for 2. This partnership is now worth 78. 33 to Nathan McSweeney. Luke Proctor on 46. The drink has come on for a drink.
Yeah, for the wicketkeeper.
Ah.
Ben Church. Maybe swallowed a fly or something.
Oh, something slightly strange about the way he was drinking that. Kind of Trump-esque. So the keeper's having a word with Jack Leach, as is the captain. A little bit of a think tank, and understandably so. There's a bit of strategizing to do. As I just said, though, they've got few cards to play, with only 98 now required for a Northants win. But you can bet your life that they'll go down with a fight. If they do go down, Somerset. Leach is going to continue just with the 5 in the ring for now. And Luke Proctor takes advantage of that. He's flicked that over his shoulder. That's going to go for 4. The angles favoured Proctor there. He played that nice. So that takes him to 50. 50 off 58 balls. And he's just looked in total control, really.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Pretty simple for Luke Proctor. 50 off 58 deliveries. Not really had to do anything to be striking at the best part of 100. Just finish the job, isn't it? As the required runs ticks under 100 as well.
Slight change in the field now. There's a man gone to the 45 degrees behind square on the leg side. One fielder's come over from the offside to the leg side, square leg and a mid wicket. The 3 men in the circle on the leg side. Proctor down the wicket, and he's done it again. 4 and 1. Comes down the wicket, knocks it to long on. I think I might mix my bowling up a little bit. Archie Vaughan's just started. He's had 2 overs. Give him another one. I might pull Leach out, just mix it up a wee bit. Love to have a wrist spinner. The umpires are, that's a no ball. Why was that a no ball?
That's a good question.
There was a conversation between the 2 umpires. Is it going to be a free hit? It is going to be a free hit. Was it 6 fielders on the leg side, maybe? I don't know. like to rewind.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
I don't think it was a front foot no ball, because Rob White had a chat with Ant Harris there, his colleague at Square Leg.
It would seem unlikely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Not quite sure what value the umpire at Square Leg would offer.
No. Okay, so free hit it is. And it's a free hit, and it's been pulled off the bottom of the bat, but well enough to go all the way for 6.
Perfect. Couldn't ask for anything more, could you? Freebie for Nathan McSweeney. And of all the people in this Northants lineup to bowl a free hit to, I suspect Nathan McSweeney probably wouldn't be the guy who brings the 100 up for the Steelbacks as well. 86 to win.
I didn't think he got that at all.
I don't think he did.
No.
With the breeze, short side, got enough.
Perfect club, pin high.
Bit of backspin.
100 up, 100 for 2 in the 19th over after the curious incident of the no ball and the free hit. There's a book, there's a novel called The Curious Incident of the Dog, and
There is.
which is written by a Northampton-based author.
Is it?
Yeah, that's why I meant, yeah, it's a good book, that.
Are you thinking of a cricket spin-off? The Curious Incident of the No Ball in the Nighttime.
Yeah. Need to work on that, don't we?
Yeah, it's a working title.
Game's gone flat, so is the commentary. Jack Leach, who should be in the England setup, we think, is going to continue. He's round the wicket to Luke Proctor. There was last time Luke Proctor did that, ramped it over his shoulder for 4, they changed the field for 1 ball. The next time that matchup is on, they don't go to the same field that they went to.
Yeah.
Something has gone horribly wrong there.
Yeah.
Having decided we need to stop that, they decided we're not going to stop it. And Procky said, well, if you're not going to stop it, I'll do it again.
Yeah.
And if they now put the fielder back there, that's a real admission of having got it horribly wrong. So they're not going to do that. Jack Leach is going to come over the wicket to change the angle. It's a good option, well executed, but they just got the field wrong there.
Bump ball and a crowd catch, or a Jack Leach catch at least. No interest from anybody else.
He's not going to get his equity card for acting, is he, Jack Leach?
I don't think so.
Last ball of the over, eventually. And Proctor does the same thing again. He's ramped it over his shoulder. He's not going to get 4 this time. A very committed, sliding, diving stop by Jake Ball. And he's now regretting that because he's left half of his skin on the outfield as he limps back to his fielding position.
Bit of grass burn.
That was a weird over.
Strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, not just because of the no ball thing, but the field changed to stop the ramp, and then next time Procky got on strike, they didn't have him there. So that was weird. You'd have to say, very well executed shots by Luke Proctor, both of them.
I mean, yeah. They're not orthodox, I don't think.
No.
He almost kind of gets his head out the way of it and almost runs the ball off the face of the bat, doesn't he, over the shoulder of the wicketkeeper.
Yeah,
it's not a paddle, it's not a reverse sweep, it's not a scoop, it's...
What it does do is it means where that fielder should have been has to go very fine there on the 45. So he's a very fine 45. And that leaves a bigger hole on the leg side, and Proc likes to play that straight bat flick off his pad. So he opens just manoeuvring the field. Good batting, that. Archie Vaughan now starting his 3rd over. Proctor's down the wicket. He's going to play a lofted drive. I think that's going to go all the way. And it does go all the way for 6. Doesn't get many down the ground for 6, Luke Proctor. Taking a calculated risk early in the over. Now just 72 to win. Proctor is racing along now. 64 he's on.
Yeah, he's past 50, and then I think he's had the nod. He might have dinner reservations later on this evening or this afternoon.
I don't know if Nando's take bookings.
Do they not? Is he a Nando's guy, is he, Rocky?
Probably. Yeah. He's never going to hear this, so yes.
Chicken.
Down the wicket again. He's going to get 4. Got there on the full. Good batting that. Didn't try and overhit it. Got there. It was he turned it into a low full toss, but knew if he kept his shape, punched it back down the ground for 4.
Simple, isn't it, at the minute for Northants? And it's hard really to look at this from a Somerset perspective and see what the option is or are.
Yeah, I think we've got to mix it up. I think I'd pull Jack Leach. Who haven't we seen? Lammonby?
Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Lammonby would be the 2
yeah.
obvious ones. I mean, would you add miles to the legs of Jake Ball and Josh Shaw at this stage?
I probably wouldn't. Proctor's come down the wicket again. He hasn't quite got close enough to that, but he's held his shape, hitting it more on the up. That was the trajectory of that one, so it ended up landing inside the boundary. It bounced once for another 4. What's that, 2 4s and a 6 this over?
Yeah, 2 4s and a 6 with a little bit more to go here for Archie Vaughan. They're going to push that fielder back.
Gone 2/3 of the way back, and he's creeping in, the fielder. That's more Luke Proctor, turning it off the knee roll for a single. Keeping the strike. Partnership is now 113. Wow, that's accelerated quickly.
That's raced up to that number, hasn't it?
Well, we said these 2 need to be batting after 20 overs, and if they are, then Northants will be very strong favourites, and that's kind of what they've done. At low risk, but not in a pedestrian way. They've certainly in the last 2 or 3 overs become a little bit more expansive.
Yep.
We are going to see a bowling change at the David Capel end. Jack Leach is out of the attack, and Tom Lammonby is into the attack. This, assuming that some of the young Northants batters are watching this, this is a great example of how you chase a score. So far, there's still cricket to be played.
Yeah. You mentioned the word surgical a lot, don't you, in one-day cricket with these middle-order experienced batters, and it's exactly what it's been so far. Luke Proctor leading the way now in the 70s on 73. It's going to be Tom Lammonby from the David Capel end, so a bit of seam back into the attack. That one down the leg side, and that's going to be another 4. Save your legs, Luke Proctor. He moves to 77, and another 4 is chipped off this run chase. It's now 59 to win for the Steelbacks with 8 wickets in hand. And I think it's as simple as conversation in the middle of, let's just finish the job.
Yep. Stay focused. As a contest, it's done now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Short ball and guided off the face of the bat. Down to the fielder on the rope for 1. Well played. Got a bit bigger on Procky than I think he thought it might have done. But
yeah.
Tell you what, it's a very different looking Somerset side in this one-day cup. Obviously, they're a county that will be ravaged by, as you call it, the other competition.
Yeah.
But even then, it's been an uncharacteristic performance from them today.
It has. It's subdued is the word I would use. I would use. Yes. I just did use.
Good. Oh, I enjoyed it.
We'll edit that out.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not live. Short ball pulled away, McSweeney. Nobody's stopping that. 4 more. And it has surprised me. I think the Steelbacks bowled well. They bowled really well.
They did bowl well.
I don't think there's a shame of being bowled out for 185. I think they bowled well enough to get to that total. But it just doesn't feel as though Somerset's been in for this fight today. That's pulled away. That's gone very fine. It'll just be 1, will it? No, it's going to be 4, in fact. I did say it went very fine. It got inside of the fielder at fine leg. So change of bowling for Somerset. Tom Lammonby into the attack, and the Steelbacks are taking him to the cleaners at the moment.
That's the 3rd boundary, right, this over?
Yep.
I mentioned earlier, I'm going down to Somerset next week. Wife's got some family down there, got a goddaughter down there. Be happy to stick my chest out in the streets
Oh my
of Frome.
goodness me! What on earth
Oh.
is that?
I don't know.
Is that a flying boat?
Yeah,
They're not meant to do that, are they?
no.
I hope that's being picked up by our snazzy camera here on Steelbacks TV live
I
stream.
mean, it's slightly,
Is that a UFO?
yeah.
Short ball pulled away. That'll just be one. I don't think I've ever seen that before in my life.
No. I don't like it.
Whoever it is looks like they've taken their bathtub for a flight.
I'm not a fan.
Looks dangerous, doesn't it?
Yeah. No,
How
that's
do you insure one of those?
that's unsettled me. That has. Don't like it.
Anyway, back to the cricket.
Don't know what it is.
No.
It's circling. It's going
Oh,
back.
it's not coming back, is it?
Going back. I thought that was over.
It did look like a bathtub, didn't it? With a parasail above it.
Yeah, exactly that. I hurt myself. I did paragliding.
Did you? Oh, is that
Yeah.
why it's unsettled you?
Well, maybe. It's triggered me. I'm triggered.
I'm not enjoying that.
No, I don't.
Are
It
we-
doesn't look right, does it?
No.
Proportion. No.
Is it aliens?
Yeah. You mean someone not from Northampton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just outside.
Daventry.
How bizarre. Anyway, back to the cricket. It looks like it's landing somewhere. So if you're in Abington Park and you see any strange life form, it's just paraglided its way across the Cinch County ground with in a bathtub.
Just looked weird. The whole way it was flying as well just
Yeah.
didn't look right, did it?
It didn't look like it should have been there.
No, it didn't.
That's a bit of excitement.
I
wasn't
really
it?
hope that was caught on camera.
I hope so.
Because if not, we've just been talking even more gibberish.
We could be getting a knock on the door and
Tap on the shoulder.
taken away somewhere. 137 for 2 after 21 overs. Archie Vaughan continues. McSweeney on strike. He's on 49 now. And he moves to 50 with a powerful shot down the ground. With a nice round of applause from the Steelbacks faithful in the ground today. They've enjoyed a day in the sunshine and they have enjoyed a pretty one-sided game here in the favour of their Northants Steelbacks. And it is now just 48 runs required to complete the victory in the run chase here against Somerset. Luke Proctor on 78. And Luke Proctor moves to 79. It's gone. Well picked up by Jake Ball. I did wonder for a second whether that just got him on the inside. He wrong-footed himself for starters. Recovered well. 139 for 2.
There is a chance for a personal milestone here, isn't there? I talked earlier about the lack of hundreds in the competition so far. Proctor needs 21. There are 47 more to get. So with a fair share of the strike, he should get somewhere near that. Unless Somerset remove him, of course.
Yeah, he'll have an eye on it. I don't know whether he will, actually. Team man, isn't he, Luke Proctor?
Oh, very much
I'm
so.
not sure how
Very much so.
interested or motivated he would be. To be fair, having looked at these numbers now, he might be very motivated by it.
Have you looked at his career best? I was just about to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
What is it?
Career best of 97
Okay.
in list A cricket.
Yeah, there you go. He will be very interested in it.
I wonder, would he know that? Would he be that kind of character? Would he know his own? He'll know that he hasn't got a list 800.
Now, it's a very good question. It allows me to tell you about Luke Proctor. He will know what his number is, not because he's the sort of guy who knows what his number is, but he's definitely the sort of guy who knows he won't have got 100.
Yes, okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense.
Really hard on him. It's too hard on himself, actually. But yeah, he will absolutely know that. And one of the reasons he'll know that is because the guy who's just been walking around the ground will have told him that numerous times. Glenn Chappell, who was his coach at Lancashire for many years, who I'm sure, Chappie will have pointed that out to Luke on occasion. He's a proud man, Luke Proctor. He would love to get that 3 figures up. Good hands.
Yeah, nicely played. Can't get it past. Lay me there at backward point.
That's always a good sign as a coach when you can start packing the bag. It's the glamour of being a professional cricket coach. Packing the warm-up bag, dragging it back up the stairs.
You did use the word glamour, didn't you?
Oh, God, yeah. Actually, like, just talking about coaches and bags. David Ripley told me recently that he's the women's head coach at Northants.
Yep.
Obviously was a very successful first team coach here for many years and a brilliant servant on the field for many other years before that. He left the team bag at Derbyshire recently. Yeah.
That feels like a fine. That.
Good, it should be a huge fine. I'm sure it will be. I don't think the girls are going to let him get away with that.
No,
and they shouldn't.
That feels like quite a significant contribution to the end of season pot, doesn't it?
Fine him heavily.
You're a fan of fines in cricket clubs?
Huge. Yeah.
Any rules when it comes to fine master Rowie? I know they're quite kind of subjective, aren't they?
Yeah.
Cricket club fines.
I think the problem if you have rules is that people can learn the rules.
Yes, okay.
So you don't want that.
Yeah,
you want to be fining people what they think is totally unfairly and giving them a chance to appeal the fine.
Yeah, okay, nice.
In which case it's doubled.
Yeah, I like that. I think the only rule that I have is it has to be kind of non-performance related.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Other than that, I'm completely for it. Nicely turned away off the hip once again by Luke Proctor. Will keep the strike as he moves to 81. 142 for 2.
Yeah, the role of fine master on pre-season tour is a sought-after role. And been lucky enough to see some very, very good ones. Probably the best. My favourite was David Sales.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible fine master. Yeah.
Yeah. Got to be non-performance related.
We'll probably need to leave that there, actually.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll
just let that rest.
We'll move on swiftly.
But he was very good.
Archie Vaughan continues then from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. So no Lewis Goldsworthy yet in the contest. It's 44 required as Proctor goes over the offside. We'll get enough on it. It's going to run down to the rope. Does the ball win? It does indeed.
Well, he got done there, didn't he? That was not a good shot.
Outcome was good.
The outcome was great.
Yes, I think was aiming leg side for starters. Ended up getting there a bit early and going over the offside. Speed of the outfield, guaranteeing the boundary. Nicely bowled, beauty.
Loved it.
He's off. He's gone. Vaughan gets the wicket.
Beautifully
Proctor
bowled.
departs, much to the surprise of Archie Vaughan, I think. I'm not even convinced he knew he got the wicket
No,
there.
he didn't. He had no idea.
He's gone for 85, 146 for 3. And the opener, Luke Proctor, departs. So a big round of applause from the Steelbacks fans in the ground today. Superb innings.
Mother cricket lasted one ball there. Luke Proctor played a a poor shot, the ball before. Got 4 for it off a very thick outside edge. Could have gone anywhere and ran away for 4. And as though to punish him for that, Mother Cricket served up a beautiful delivery from Archie Vaughan that pitched straight, bounced and turned and took the glove on the way through to the keeper. But it was such a fine glove that Archie Vaughan didn't appeal. Just turned back thinking he'd gone past the outside edge and hadn't got anything. And then wondered why everyone was congregating. It was quite weird, that.
Yeah. Quite a fascinating bit of cricket. You say Mother Cricket strikes, but I think Luke Proctor would be back in the good books, having elected to walk on that one. Would have been fascinating had he decided to stand his ground, but departs caught behind after a very, very well-made score of 85. A score that has almost certainly got the job done here for the Steelbacks. It'll be George Bartlett in at number 5 for Northants to join Nathan McSweeney. This has been a very productive partnership through the One Day Cup this summer. So George Bartlett, the new man. Actually bowled again by Vaughan. He just looks like he's settled into this, having picked up the wicket of Luke Proctor. On the leg side, it's going to be signalled as wides, and it's going to be 5 of them as well. I didn't think George Bartlett had caught up with it, and he hadn't. 5 wides for Vaughan, who will have to re-bowl that one. Handy runs for the Steelbacks, and it's now 35 to win. End of the over. A successful one for Archie Vaughan. He got the wicket of Luke Proctor for 85. And the Steelbacks, after 24 overs, are 151 for 3. Nicely played, nicely fielded. He's been busy in there, laying me at backward point. Nathan McSweeney just chips another one off. 152 for 3 now. getting towards the halfway stage of the innings. Just 34 runs required. George Bartlett yet to get off the mark. Two cricketers that I'm sure will know each other very well. Tom Lammonby and George Bartlett would have spent time together sharing a dressing room down at Taunton. There won't, to be fair, the age of this Somerset side, probably be a few of them that haven't crossed paths with George Bartlett. He's been up here now, hasn't he, for a couple of seasons?
Yeah, he has. That's a good point. Changes quickly, doesn't it?
Nicely played. Gets it past that man at backward point. Gets off the mark. Just a single. Things have just settled and slowed down a little bit since the departure of Luke Proctor. You mentioned mother cricket on Luke Proctor. I think he's probably back in the good books, isn't he? Having just packed his bags and taken the decision to walk off under his own steam.
Yeah.
Back in credit, I think I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nicely played again. Gets it past the diving fielder and will be one more. $154 for 3 now. Wide signalled. I thought that was quite a well-directed bumper.
That looked a little harsh. I think that's probably the high call is probably actually that one and the high full toss. Those two together are the decisions that umpires get wrong more than any other, I think.
Yeah, I thought that was all just generally pretty good cricket all round.
Yeah. I've got a solution, to the high full toss thing. I mean, the umpire's still got to make a judgment on it, so it's not an absolute given. They've got a drinks break coming up. But why not just use the bail height? Would the ball go over the bails? The bails don't change their height. So
true.
Rather than the actual relative height of the batsman and all that, it would have gone over the bails. Anyway, that's one to think about whilst we have a little bit of refreshment, I think, Dan.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a quick breather and we'll be back for the final part of this run chase.
Sunday, the 23rd of August, Steelbacks women will welcome Tier 1 Essex to the Six County Ground. Place start at 2 p.m. Entry free for all spectators. If you can, come on down and support knockout cricket. Steelbacks are winning all the time. Vitality T20 Women's Entry Cup. Sunday, 23rd of August, Essex are the visitors. Entry is free. Place start at 2 p.m. ECL Civil Engineering, NNE Electrical and Solar PV. Thanks also to all sponsors today, Brings and Forester. Thank you for supporting Family Day here at Six County. 25 overs to go in Steelbacks. 155 for 3, 31 runs needed for the win.
Back underway here. The Cinch County Ground. Vaughan to continue. 31 runs to win for the Steelbacks. McSweeney and Bartlett. So ideally, see this over the line. McSweeney, 53 not out. Bartlett has got himself off the mark. Not going to be able to add another one of the 50s to his calendar year, is he, in today's one-day cup game, but just needs to get the job done.
Pretty meticulous field placing going on there. Got a leg slip. So you said earlier they know a bit about George Bartlett's batting, and we might see some in different fields, and you're absolutely dead right, leg slipping.
Well, Vaughan got that one to Proctor to turn sharply, didn't he?
He did.
He did bowl one that was given us 5 wides as well, that turns so sharply down that side. Nicely bowled, nicely played. 156 for 3.
Steelbacks flag is looking a bit worse for wear though, on top of the groundsman's
Well,
hut.
both.
They
actually,
are both,
don't they?
Yeah.
Look a bit
Broken.
weather battered,
Yeah.
weather torn, wind torn, clinging on. Nicely played off the back foot, just one. That'll be one ticked off. What happened to the flying bathtub?
Don't know. Sunk. Yeah. It just didn't look right. The way it moved, it kind of looked like an animation. Almost,
Yes.
didn't it?
Well, I'm glad you saw it.
Yeah, me too.
Otherwise, I felt as though I might have been completely losing the plot.
No, I'm glad you saw it in the same way that I saw it, because it just looked really strange. I mean, in itself, it was pretty strange, and then the way it was moving. I think it had a motor.
Well, I assumed it did.
Yeah, I could hear that.
End of the over. Quiet one. 158 for 3 after 26.
It's difficult to make this sound anything other than what it is, which is a kind of a gentle procession towards an inevitable outcome. Now we are going to see a bowling change at the David Capel end, so the captain's on, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, as you said earlier, it's the kind of the worst example of why this format sometimes falls out of favour for a feud, isn't it? Nicely played into that gap. Just going to be one though, isn't it? It's that low-scoring first innings becomes a pretty ordinary and steady run chase.
Yeah.
But obviously with the Steelbacks race done and dusted, I mean, best case scenario here, they can finish on 16 points, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Particularly with Nottinghamshire, Lancashire, Surrey already on 16 points.
Yeah.
With all of them results still to come in as well.
The last game is on Tuesday, I think,
Yeah.
at Cheltenham, isn't it?
It is down at Cheltenham. You're treating yourself to a trip, aren't you, down there?
Well, plans have changed,
Oh.
so won't be going to the game. But it is a lovely place to go. It's a sellout down there, apparently.
Is it?
Yeah. It's a lovely place to go and watch cricket.
Yeah, the annual Cheltenham Festival. Stunning cricket grounds. That is the last game for the Steelbacks. And then the last game for Somerset, whose qualification chances were well alive before the start of this fixture. Having won 3 and lost 3 with those 12 points and a good net run rate. They themselves could still finish on 16 points with Lancashire left to play in their final group game. But the point still stands, doesn't it? With Leicestershire on 20, they're in. They've got a step in the next round, regardless of where they finish. And then Nottinghamshire, Lancashire, and Surrey all on 16 points. You'd think that at least 2 will end up on 20 plus points out of those games as well. End of the over, 162 for 3. I mean, it's another year for the Steelbacks that this particular competition hasn't really kind of blossomed into anything. It's been a competition that I think, with the way that the 100 has come around and taken players out of bigger counties or first division counties, whatever you want to describe them as, over the top on the offside, straight down the ground. I think that's gone all the way for 6. It has. A massive shot by George Bartlett. 18 to win. Would have been a trophy in a competition that maybe the Steelbacks would have targeted a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. Victim of their own success in the T20, really, losing a number of bowlers, particularly the bowlers. I think it's, for me, they don't have the squad depth that some of the bigger counties have.
Yeah,
and so losing Sales, Scrimshaw, Sanderson, the 3 S's just dawned on me.
Yeah, Kimber and Zabe in the middle order too.
Yeah, so difficult to replace those guys. Don't have the bowling stocks, let alone anything else. A nice cricket job.
Yeah, Harrison as well will be. He was a late call-up, wasn't he?
Yes.
As a replacement. Now going to steal a second. I think the frustration is, and I must admit, I'll say this without having watched much of that competition at all, is the Steelbacks players that aren't involved here, as a general rule, haven't been key members to those sides either.
Well, I think that's yeah, I think you're dead right. David Willey obviously has featured very strongly, but most of the others have barely played.
I think Ben Sanderson played the last game for the Nottingham team. I think Zabe has played a bit, but is obviously batting a long way down the order, down in Southampton. Yeah. Kimber is involved, but I'm not sure.
I don't think he's played.
James Sales, I'm not sure.
I saw Sales on the field, but whether he was on as a fielder or was part of that was in the last game they played. I just caught a glimpse of it.
Down the ground again.
6 more.
All the way for Bartlett, overpitched by Vaughan. 10 now for the Steelbacks. End of the over, 176 for 3. McSweeney 57, Bartlett on 18.
I wonder if George Bartlett's been given, inverted commas, a bit of encouragement by some of his ex-colleagues there. Who knows? But whether he has or whether he hasn't, he's played 2 lovely lofted drives in that over, both of them for 6, to accelerate this 10 to win.
So Goldsworthy from the David Capel end continues. McSweeney gets to the pitch of the ball. McSweeney now on 57. That 58. Comfortably played through the offside. Going to go for an orthodox slip this time to George Bartlett.
It'll be frustrating for the coaches to see this performance today in the context of the campaign overall, where they've been short of match winning contributions. And generally speaking, they've probably batted first more than second.
Yeah.
And haven't posted really competitive totals. So I haven't given the bowling unit enough to bowl at, but there'll also be, I suspect, a thought that haven't we bowled anywhere near as well as this?
No.
So far.
No, and I think that bowling performance today would have given even that first team of Leicestershire a good workout. It may not have been as successful, but it would have given them a good workout, and arguably a better workout than what we saw a couple of weeks ago here against the Foxes.
Yeah.
Who, as I say, have pretty much qualified, haven't they? Middlesex and Yorkshire both sit on 20 points in Group B, with Durham and Worcestershire kind of contesting that final quarter-final spot.
Middlesex a curious one because they had a very poor, or a pretty poor T20 campaign again.
I think they've had, I was going to say, several years of poor T20 campaigns.
Well, maybe, maybe it is simple as the depth of squad, depth of experience. Oh, that's a misstumping. That turned sharply. Did McSweeney there as well, bowled, and should have been taken.
Yep. Did turn. McSweeney ran past it. I think Middlesex will be one of those counties that probably haven't lost many.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
I can't think of too many that may have been taken. Maybe Max Holden. Down the ground. Got plenty of it.
And that
another 6.
Ties the scores.
It does indeed. Scores level. McSweeney up to 65. Ball is tossed back from one of the Steelbacks supporters beneath us. That is pretty much it, isn't it? Done and dusted. An 85 for Luke Proctor. 65 not out now for Nathan McSweeney. Field obviously in. McSweeney can't get it through. So we will go through another delivery. Wickets for Jake Ball, Josh Shaw, and Archie Vaughan. Jack Leach, Kean Roberts, Lammonby and Goldsworthy wicketless. Of course, those 4 for 35 for Rob Keogh, 3 for 35 for Yuzvendra Chahal. Dom Leach bowled very well, 1 for 15 from his 4 overs, and Luke Proctor, 2 for 20 from 7. But it's been spin to win here for the Steelbacks. That bowling performance earlier on today. They were asked to bowl first by Lewis Goldsworthy and Somerset, and did exceptionally well. That'll be us done, won't it, here on Steelbacks TV on the culmination of this game. And McSweeney takes Archie Vaughan downtown for a 1-bounce 4. He finishes on 69. The Steelbacks win by 7 wickets here at the Cinch County grounds. And that's us done and dusted for the Metropack One Day Cup at home. Steelbacks fans, 1 game left to look forward to in the week down at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. Thank you to all of you that have tuned in this Sunday afternoon, and to those of you down in the southwest that have tuned in as well. We're grateful for your company. It's a pleasure to have you along. We'll be back here on Steelbacks TV when the championship returns a little bit later this month. But if we don't see you before then, take care, enjoy the cricket. We'll be back very soon.